5 games to be played tonight for PCS1 APAC as we come to a close. North America had a barnstorming finish today as Shoot to Kill ended up taking out first place. I almost can't even speak because my comical co-caster Jordan Mays with the level 3 helmet on. I see you found a crate behind you.
Yeah, look, this crate, it just landed in my room, so I thought I might have a dig and see what's in there. I've come out with a level 3 helmet, and honestly, Xenox, I actually think that's pretty good news because we're going to have a big day today, you know, so we definitely need to have that level 3 gear ready to go.
Yeah, the players included in that as well. PCS1 APAC, 5 games left remaining here. Of course, there are a lot of people in chat wanting to see Q Confirm come home with the win. Jordan, 148 points or so. They lead the standings quite convincingly with 5 games remaining, but they do still have a bit of a competition behind them. Ram United, Golden Cat, Fury, and Cerberus.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like, for example, for Q Confirm, you know, they did slow down a little bit going into day 3, so luckily for them, the same can be really said for Ram and for Cerberus in particular, who kind of had a shocking day number 3. So realistically speaking, it still looks like Q Confirm are pretty comfortable, but again, there's always that possibility that one of these teams that's relatively close by has a massive day today, and Q Confirm just gets absolutely nothing done, and we may well be very, very surprised. But, you know, if you had to put money on it, Xenos, you'd be going with Q Confirm at the moment, I think, and you'd probably be pretty happy at the end of tonight.
Yeah, if you had to put your pick'ems on it, I guess, as well. That's what a lot of people have done. Q Confirm the favorites. And look, they've been playing like the favorites. They've been playing like the best team in the region. So they do have a very deserved lead. And this is also a lead, Jordan, with a couple of games where they've picked up 0 points along the way. So it hasn't quite been a clean process for Q Confirm. Fortunately, in those games particularly, the teams below them weren't able to make them pay.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That said, Fury is one of the teams that's relatively close by Q Confirm, and they're a team that has been getting better as the competition has progressed. Admittedly, they started the competition pretty well. They started day 1, 30 points, not too bad. Day 2 was the one where they really let the ball slip, but then they come back, a bit of a resurgence there in day 3. So if we're able to see another sort of 50-point day, which is exactly what we saw on Thursday night from Fury, there is potentially a world where, to be honest, we're probably not going to see them jump up into first place. I think that is a bit of a far-fetched kind of a statement, but to grab second place is definitely a possibility, at least for this Oceanic team.
And I mean, second place is still like $35,000 as well. Third place, $20,000, for instance. So those positions as well certainly will be critical for those teams that are all bunched up together. Let's go and recap sort of where all of the PUBG Continental Series is at currently. Of course, we ended up finishing off North America a few hours ago. Shoot to Kill, 198 points, tied with Wildcard. And they won on the kill differential, pleasing about 100,000 people or so who voted for them for the pick'ems. They ended up taking out first place Sonics in third. Of course, we've got APAC now up, Jordan. We've got 5 games here. Q Confirm leading the way.
Yeah, definitely looking like APAC is the one that has the I suppose the easiest to guess as far as the victors are concerned. I mean, North America, I was watching that this morning, and that was unbelievable, Xenox. So hopefully we're going to get something quite as exciting or even half as exciting here in APAC. Admittedly, taking a look at the way that the scores are looking at the moment, it seems unlikely that anyone's going to be able to challenge Q Confirm all that much. But hey, as we've already said, stranger things can happen. And if North American can go down to a kill differential, then I suppose who knows what APAC can provide us.
Yeah, and of course, still 2 more days for Europe. That's why their point tallies are a little bit lower. Right now, Team Liquid currently leading that. In fact, Europe will be on pretty shortly after APAC does finish. As for Asia, they've got 5 more games to go as well. Infantry currently leading Griffin by just 2 points. Nice and close over there with Paper Thin and Bench casting the Asian region. They've got one more night. I think tomorrow night roughly is when that will be on. But we've got the pick'em challenges as well for each of the regions. The most top voted team, Jordan, Gen.G over in Asia, who, if I'm correct, are having a bit of a rough season right now. Q Confirmed 92.5% choosing them as the winner for APAC. Right now, they are not making anyone upset. Team Liquid leading the way for Europe, and of course, Shoot to Kill, who won a couple of hours to go. 88% for them in North America.
Yeah, pretty insane numbers for Q Confirm, but I suspect a lot of people were doing exactly what I did, which was waiting until after week 1 to put their pick'em in, and then they saw Q Confirm so far ahead, so stretched out above the rest of the competition that they thought it was a pretty safe bet. I will admit, I also actually put a pick 'em in for Gen G, mostly just because I'm a big fan of Gen G. I really enjoy watching how they play the game. And as you say, unfortunately, it hasn't gone so well for them over in Asia. But still, to be fair, there's 2 days to go. So with 10 games remaining, I think there's still a possibility for a team like Gen G to sort of pop off and do pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. And look, the Asian region is obviously very, very strong, isn't it? Right. So it's always going to be quite difficult. I do believe it's only 5 games. I may be wrong. One of us is wrong there, but I think it's 5 games remaining.
You're right. Yeah. I just thought about that. I remembered it was Europe that has 10 games still.
Yeah, Europe's got 10 games to go.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look, and they're about 50 points behind. So yeah, I think it will be probably pretty tough for Gen G to catch back up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely will be, but of course that will still be an amazing action to watch. The thing that I love the most about the PUBG Continental Series is that everything is broadcasted here on twitch.tv/PUBG, so you get all of the action. Make sure you hit that follow button. Of course, you've got PCS_map as well if you want to just watch the map, which I generally, if you've got 2 monitors, I'd have the map up on one screen and then the feed up on the main. But yeah, look, all of these regions so far have got very different play styles. APAC, though, in my opinion, Jordan, and maybe yours as well, is typically the most fun to watch. It's just that chaotic nature. Certainly excited to see how these final 5 games are going to go tonight. Of course, if you Q confirm, you definitely want to hope you're bringing everything tonight because you've got those teams that will be right behind them the whole step of the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a 41-point lead over Buriram for Q confirmed. So to sort of see that collapse within a day is going to be a difficult task. I think the biggest day that I've ever seen on a 5-game day is about 60 points. So that would kind of require, let's say Buriram gets 60 points out of today. That would be 167. And then we'd have to hope that Q confirmed could get 19 or less points. That seems like a bit of a far-fetched kind of an idea again to me, Xenox, when you consider that Q confirmed's worst day so far has been a 31-point day. They've had a 64-point day. They've had a 53-point day. And to be fair, they have taken their foot off the gas quite a little bit. They've dropped pretty substantially from week 1 to week 2, at least as far as their performances are concerned. But this is exactly what I was talking about going into day 3. I was saying it doesn't necessarily require them anymore to have those big, massive days. They've done all of that hard work going into that first week, and that sets them up nicely heading into the second week to have a little bit of a cruisier time and puts the onus back onto some of the teams like, for example, Fury, that had an okay week in week 1, but want to sort of jump up further into those standings. I think for them, for Fury, there's definitely a lot to prove, particularly after what we saw in day number 3. Same for Gearbox, who really turned things around on day 3. And even Victim Rise. These were the 3 teams that sort of turned their competition around on day 3. And whether or not they're going to have the consistency to do that on day 4 here is going to be a big tell as to how the middle of the pack is going to look.
I think if you're the likes of Fury, Golden Cat, Buriram, for instance, you're obviously going to be aiming for first place. That's the goal. But if you do fall short of the mark, then the goal is then to fall into, say, 2nd or 3rd place, for instance, which I don't see that top 5 necessarily changing unless like MSC have a really big day today. Mogi Esports has shown a bit, but if they've really shown the consistency to do it for 5 games, I'm not sure if they really have. Victim Rise had a big rise actually on Thursday night, Jordan, jumping up from like the bottom 4, for instance, now into the top 8. A lot of controversy around them, but they picked up 2 wins. They were exceptional, right? So they showed their mettle. They themselves will be vying for, say, 2nd or 3rd as we head into our first game tonight. It is Miramar week again, reminding everyone 3 matches of Miramar to kick things off, and then the final 2 matches will be Erangel.
Big game to start things off here as we head into Miramar, and it is, of course, the map that is going to be the predominant choice for today. We've got 3 games of Miramar to start things off. Miramar tending to be a bit of a better map for teams like Bahamut, even Fury. So, Xenox, if we're going to see a bit of a repeat from night number 3, I know I've been talking a lot about Fury so far, but I think that has to continue as we do head on to Miramar. I think we're going to see that repeat. It's going to have to start off well here on Miramar. Eagle Sentinel Shooter will be looking for some points on Miramar here as well, because they generally tend to perform a little bit better here too. And probably Astra is the other team to look at who have been performing better on Miramar than Erangel. Things can certainly turn around in those final 2 games, though, if things are sort of not going too well for some of the teams that prefer not to get the majority of their points on Miramar. So we'll have to see how this one does pan on out. Q Confirm, of course, is going to be a hot topic as we follow them out of the plane. They are in first place by a large margin, and it's difficult to imagine that they will drop from first place today, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, look, the other thing as well that I'm very keen to see from Q Confirmed today is their play style. Do they play slow? Do they play passive? Or do they look to find those kills that they've been doing so far throughout the entirety of PCS 1? Typically, though, I will say that Q Confirmed probably play more methodically than a lot of the other APAC teams. They aren't so much the rush in and run and gun kind of team. They will sit, they will be patient, they will have teams come to them and they'll be ready for it. So, look, it wouldn't surprise me if they're not necessarily going to be the aggressors tonight, Jordan, considering their points lead. But they also can't just sit on that points lead and expect that to inflate and have no one else catch them, as we've got the expected standings by the end of the night. Buriram expected to 141, which would mean technically if Q Confirmed got nothing, they'd still win. So that kind of says on average, but who's to say that a Buriram or a Golden Cat or a Fury don't just have a massive night tonight, like 2-3 wins, Jordan, 20-point games, anything can still happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see the trends and you can talk about the trends and the projections and all of that. But at the end of the day, that's really theory crafting. And what happens in the server can be completely different to what the statistics would dictate should happen. 0.74% win rate for Fury, for example. I mean, there's, according to this, still a chance that they can win. So it's going to have to be a massive, massive day for them. You go all the way down the rest of the list, and there are still a few other potential winners there. But I'm probably going to cut it off maybe at Cerberus. I don't know if Heisaki is back for them tonight, but if that's not the case, I'll probably cut Cerberus off based on what we saw on day 3, and then look to Fury and above as our potential victors.
It's a really good point that you bring up. For those who aren't aware, Cerberus' sort of best player, Heisaki, unfortunately wasn't able to play on Thursday due to personal reasons. We're not sure if he has returned here on Saturday. And for Cerberus, they have been like Buriram, like Golden Cat, very, very close to Q Confirm. Had they had their star player, maybe they could have been sitting in second place. We do see the kills for QC, Buriram, Fury, and Divine, apparently, as well.
Interesting, the Divine's in the mix there, given that they're 9th on the standing, so you wouldn't have expected to see that necessarily. Need to talk a little bit about the circle shift that we've seen, Xenox. We haven't spoken about that just yet. Has gone quite substantially down south. Los Leones is entirely in. Chumacera is in as well. So teams like Astra and Fury are going to be pretty happy to see this. We are watching Carnage right now, looting La Cobb, and I dare say they're a team that won't be too pleased with the circle shift. This has gone about as far away from Carnage as it possibly could have, so they'll have a long rotate to make. And if I do remember correctly, they had a similar situation yesterday night. So it's unfortunate, I guess, for Carnage that it seems like the circle is a little bit more... I suppose it's like the exact opposite of a magnet, right? It's just the polar opposite of Carnage. Seems to be wherever they go, the circle goes the opposite, because they were in Impala yesterday, which is what this is referring to on the graphic there, the small looting spot. And they've chosen to go to La Cobb this time. When they were in Impala, circle went over to the western side of the map. Now it's gone to the south when they're up at north. So very, very tough for Carnage to make these rotations, but I guess they're going to have to make do with what they've got.
Oh, Tanoy, that's awkward. Somehow makes it work going past Veronica from Day Trade. I was going to say for Carnage, maybe they were watching a few of the VODs from the PCS Charity Showdown where we had 3 Luck-Ob circles in a row. And that hasn't actually been the case. In fact, I think for PCS 1, we haven't had a single Luck-Ob circle. So clearly ran out of luck there. Damage numbers, though. And it kind of goes with the mantra that Fury typically always do really well in the damage numbers, both regionally and here in the international stage as well. Sitting in second place for that perspective. But Q Confirm, by far and away, up there. Jowman, the star player right now, though. He's been the MVP for me here for PCS1 APAC, without a doubt. I'd say that Nordra, though, would be a close second.
Yeah, Nordra's definitely had some good performances on Thursday night in particular, that game where he had something like, I don't remember what he ended up with, 9 kills or 8 kills or something like that, 1,000 damage done, and came second place to Ronan, but it was in a one-on-one, so he could have very well essentially solo won that game for Buriram. He's definitely going to need to be the guy that sort of steps up today for Buriram. I guess, to be fair, in this kind of a context, all of them are going to need to step up when you need to bridge a gap that's about 41 points the difference. But he's been leading from the front, and he'll need to continue doing that. Otherwise, I think we'll see Buriram sort of fall off quite substantially.
Well, currently in second place right now for Buriram, and I think for all intents and purposes, you take second place a lot of the time, still a decent prize pool percentage. Second place is great for this level of PUBG as well. Anquan from DIC, just watching Eagle Sentinel Shooter drive by Vandal 9 on the road here. Everyone pretty much who was north making their way down to the south side. For the most part, probably seeing a lot of teams want to congregate towards the west side of Los Leones, just around the edge of that city. A couple of teams up north as well, to the west side of La Bendita. So going to be a lot of terrain in play here for phases 2 and 3 at the very least. Bahamut Gaming, they've been the kings of Miramar though, Jordan. Second in terms of points overall on Miramar. On Erangel though, they've, well, basically got nothing.
I mean, you say they've been the kings of Miramar, but it wasn't too kind on them yesterday, and that was something that we were specifically looking for from Bahamut yesterday. If they were going to be able to have a good performance, they were going to need to do it on Miramar. They managed a 6th and a 5th place, but they didn't manage to find a single win, which was what they had been able to do on day 1 and day 2. So Bahamut, it did sort of slow down a little bit yesterday, and they'll obviously be looking to turn that around here today. Their chances of winning, certainly not particularly high at the moment, but I think even on 62 points, the chances of getting up into maybe even a top 4 kind of a placing, potentially, is still on the cards if they have a really stellar Miramar, similar to the day 1 and day 2 kind of a performance that we saw. Obviously, a lot of that is going to be dependent on what the teams towards the top end of the standings are going to be doing as well. Jay is right now rotating on in for Q Confirm. They're still sort of trying to rotate their way down to the southern part of the circle, or down towards the center of the circle, because they were quite high up towards the northern part. Buriram is coming in from the eastern side. And for the majority of teams, I think now most are quite happy. They've set themselves up center and just basically awaiting the next circle shift.
It's going to be 55 seconds time. Typically what we've seen so far, at least for PCS1 APAC, is Miramar's slow going early on. It tends to be the case in most regions, in fact. But once we get to around the 15-minute mark, that's when it really will start to heat up. Southside, you've got Gearbox, Golden Cat still rotating. Actually around Gearbox, you can just see J-End there on your screen, far off in the distance. Golden Cat in 3rd place. Jordan, haven't spoken too much about them, besides Hanoi almost having a vehicle incident earlier on. But typically as a team, these guys play as a team. Like, there's no one on this roster that stands out like the way that Nordman does, or the way that we see Jowman stand out, for instance. Rain taking a few shots from Clown. DIC Gaming, shots back from Bryn, at least able to put a bit of pressure on him.
It doesn't look like either of these teams are going to get out of there particularly unscathed. Carnage is the team that's trying to rotate past DIC at the moment, and you see a bit of a hard shift up to the northeastern side of the map, so that is certainly going to be favorable for Q Confirm. A lot of teams are going to be, I would say, fairly aware of actually where Q Confirm probably is at the moment, so they're seeing a circle like that and thinking, oh, well, that's probably not what we would have liked to have seen. We would have much rather seen something go down further to the south or over to the west maybe, which would have forced Q Confirm to move. And interestingly enough as well, First Blood has been drawn by Gems. So already 1 point on the board for Q Confirm to start stretching that lead. And it seems they're set up well to potentially get even more. Rain, knocked down by Levi's, finished off by Namc, and Carnage will have to play the rest of this on with 3.
Unfortunately for Carnage, second last at the moment on the standings. It's been rough going, but they've never really stopped trying. It's always good to see. Jukesy and Waiki Kamuka look like they're doing fishies down the road. We're in Los Leones. Just, I guess, upgrade the vehicle. Fury, though, Jordan, you'd say that second place would be amazing for them. Not quite, probably the sort of second place finish we saw from, say, Atlantico last year at JLL Grand Slam, but probably the best since then, if they can achieve that. In fact, maybe even anything inside of the top 5 would be close to replicating that performance.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't go so far as to say replicating it per se, but I see what you're trying to say here. I think that, you know, it has been a little bit tough of late, maybe for the Oceanic
It's been dry.
teams. Yeah, but this is actually a really good opportunity for Fury to be able to put one of those big results on the board. And as you say, it'll be tough to get a first place. Possible, but very tough. Second place, I think, definitely achievable, though, for them, as we see Divine heading in the direction of Linksy and Niku's now. 2-2 split, if I'm not mistaken, here for Astra, so these two will need to frag out, and that's a good start from Linksy.
Got all 3 of their members inside of this building zone. Streams ready and waiting. Levi's Turtle both knocked down. MC and Nikki still up, though. Zoidmate coming in for the reinforcements for Astra. On the left-hand side of this building, Levi's knocked out, so it should be able to get Nikki. He's trapped in the corner. He's got Nikki to help as well. Astra played this perfectly. They lost Lynxie, unfortunately, but hey, 1 for 4 is not bad. Divine Esports will be eliminated in 16th position for match 1 of the final day, and Astra gets some pretty critical points. When you look at the standings, Jordan, where they are at, 81 points, basically from 12th onwards, can all still very much reach second place.
Yeah, indeed. So it wasn't quite a 2-2 split for Astra there either, by the way. They did have 2 players in separate buildings, but they were still in the same compound, and that's why you could see the other guys being able to get over as the reinforcements quite quickly. Obviously, losing Lynxie, not ideal, but that said, I think you probably take it, a 4 for 1. That's a lot of points on the board already for Astra, and you know, you can still win a game with 3 players alive, so it's definitely not the end of the world. DIC have given up the chase on Carnage, who have rotated past them, and now it's up to DIC to start getting themselves a little bit more comfortable in the circle. We'll jump back over to Carnage as well, as we see them setting up in this bowl just north of Carnage, of Astra rather. And they'll also be waiting to see where this next circle shift is going to go. Again, there's going to be a lot of moving and shaking off the back of this one. Cerberus still on the rotate as well. They're not going to have a fun time if this goes over to the east, but we will see where it does. And, well, it is over to the east, right on top of Fury, right on top of Q Confirm. VTR as well are happy with that, a team that really performed well on day 3. So a few of the big names, at least, the big storylines coming into tonight's matches, Xenox, getting a little bit of a feed. Boomerang, Gearbox even as well, to throw another couple in the mix. I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better circle for a lot of these teams that we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, exactly right. Although, more than anything, if Q Confirm are getting fed, then it doesn't really matter if Boomerang getting fed as well. This is the problem when you've got a 42-point gap to try and climb. If you're Boomerang, if you're Golden Cat, Fury, you can have good nights, Jordan, but if the team that has that massive lead also has a good night as well, it all becomes a bit redundant heading into phase 3. And DIC aren't the only team that's going to be on the rotation. Daytrade are going to have to get moving soon as well. Eagle Sentinel shooter currently last place, but they've shown signs every now and then throughout the 15 or so matches we've played so far. JJ Leo, well, that's not the place where you want to be getting off your motorbike in the middle of a field. And that's pretty easy going for Daytrade Gaming. They'll pick up their first kill of the match.
Yeah, that'll go over to Flash. They might even get a second one here as well. 74L1 copping some shots. In the meanwhile, Métis, though, has been spotted by Nikus. Not sure that one will be finishable, but it does at least give the moment of distraction for DIC that they'll be able to get back out alive. Zoidmate does have a bit of an overwatch over Métis and whoever is with him there for Daytrade, so maybe Astra try and take the opportunity to do something a little bit more interesting on the rotate. We'll see whether or not Daytrade are going to get out of there okay. I'm sure we'll jump back over to that position if things do get a little bit hot. For now, it's MSC at the top of the cliff, and they're just camping the rotates for Cerberus. Maogi will be within their sightlines as well.
Not sure of whether or not MSC are necessarily gatekeeping Cerberus here. They probably actually aren't even aware of their location at the moment. MSC playing it safe. And confirm Haisaki is not part of the roster for Cerberus again today. Zoidmate using that high ground advantage will take out Poochills.
There it is.
Pretty easily. They trade down to 3 players remaining as they move closer towards Victim Rise, who rose up the standings on day number 3, looking to continue to do that on day 4. Cerberus make their move now, south of MSC territory. A bit of carnage. B2 is going to land a few tags. Pretty low health on Smell. Basil just continues to now move forward. Smell's just going to do a 360.
Yeah, one thing that Astra's going to need to be aware of in that the time that they take there to deal with Daytrade is that Daytrade did manage to get in front of them. As far as the circle is concerned, you can see the circle shift coming in now as well. So Astra took a bit of time to find that extra kill, but now they have to rotate past a lot of teams. Good shot from B2 in the pip there onto Basil, and may well be finished with this grenade that goes quite deep. A little bit too deep, in fact, past Basil. That's another pretty hard shift, though. Back up to the northeast again. It seems the circles are moving right over the top of Lab and Vita.
Certainly going to favour Q Confirm. They're pretty happy with the way this game is transpiring so far. Final grenade thrown out from B2. Unfortunately, that one also goes too far. Bit of a tricky one to try and land this, because even if you do kind of land it on top of Smell and Basil, Jordan, it's going to probably continue to roll or sort of bounce off that very little hill. Kind of just going to block the vehicles, though, make it very difficult for Basil and Smell to move from this position for Cerberus. This is a horrific start. Subang stuck in the blue as well. Goal goes down. It's only Basil and Smell really in the field of play. And even then, I don't even know if you consider that much of a level playing field for them. They're stuck behind a rock.
Big rough rotate here for Golden Cat. In the meanwhile, we see Astra eliminated in 15th. So the game started well for them, but they've just been caught a little bit on that rotate. They were stuck behind quite a few teams, and they kind of had to go through a death valley. They get finished off as they try to rotate into the circle. Gearbox and Booram are running into each other, and for Gearbox, a team that had a much better day 3, they certainly don't want to be dropping too much early on in the piece here, particularly to Booram, a team that is maybe going to be able to run away and try and chase first place if they do.
Run away, indeed. It was just like a cat running away with its tail between its legs, not wanting to take to fight, and that's kind of...
I think that's fair enough.
Well, yeah, look, it's not that bad as... Well, there goes Cerberus. We kind of saw them before, stuck behind the rock, kind of just able to get the job done in the end. Victim Rise pushing closer towards Fury. 17.5 minutes, and so far we haven't really seen any actual fighting. A lot of long-range engagements, a lot of cheeky knockdowns, some players getting caught on rotations, but that's about it. No breaches. The SEA, the APAC meta that we're used to seeing, Jordan, not really happening here on Miramar.
I mean, at least as far as Buriram is concerned, it's probably the right decision, to be honest. They've got points available. They don't need to overcommit to anything just yet. That's a good spray from Insight, and he'll hold on to the grenade here as well. Could well actually end up being too much. Chibirit, he cops it, but he's going to survive for now. Oh, Waikika! The slam dunk right on top of Chibirit. You cannot believe how good those 2 grenades were. In the meanwhile, Insight has been knocked back down. Waikika copping some shots as well. But this will be the end of Seymour and Chibirit for sure. Kamals and Genfos will not be able to revive them, I dare say.
I certainly won't. Insight, though, the question is, can he be revived? Waikika makes the short dash across. Svit just watching on. And Q confirmed now up to 2 kills, further cementing the likelihood that they're going to have a pretty decent game here in match 1 of day 4. Up to now 150 points, continuing to lead the way. As Jen Foss and Kamal stuck in the ditch. DIC close by too. An equal sensible shooter, Carnage, will be pushing towards this sort of direction. 7 seconds till phase 5 to Q confirm get fed one more time here. This game alone may just be the difference maker to get them top spot confirmed. If they can have like a massive 20-point game, they're going to get another circle on top of them. Carnage eliminated out to the far west in the blue. Now Anquan just spots Fury, spotting near Victim Rise. They've got a lot of vision from here, but Jordan, they're going to have to move very shortly.
Yeah, Insight certainly in the wars at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see Victim Rise try to push the issue a little bit, get down on top of Fury, because they know they have a knock. They know they have to get into the circle. Genfos and Kamals right now jump into the vehicle. Well, Kamals is. Genfos is going to go for a run. Insight is still being rezzed here by Waikika Mukau, but BTR are across, and it's imperative that this 2-2 split is going to get a little bit of help. Waikika Mukau and Insight are in a dire situation if they're not helped out by Jukesy and Ronan.
Tonkay with the pre-nade over towards Beodora. Gearbox, Eagle, Sentinel shooter eliminated. Nice nade from Tonkay. Lands perfectly behind the tree onto Beodora. Maximus, 6 sacks, close by to Tonkay as well, providing cover fire. Gearbox outside of this next circle. Currently 11th position for Gearbox is 74 L1, just south of Fury. Insight, so close to Kamals, along with Waikika Mukau. Ronan and Jukesy at the other compound across the road. All 4 members of Fury, though, still inside of this circle. Ronan trying to spot and finish off 74L1 from DIC. Has the AK. A bit of air from Cloud and Equan as they make their way towards Ronan. 1 kill, 2 kills, and clean as you like. Be like Ronan. He's found 2 over to Nuordra now for Buriram United, and he gets MSC caught napping. He'll find 2 kills as well in quick succession. And all of a sudden, over the last 3 minutes, Jordan, we've seen like 30, 40 players evaporate.
Now we might see a few more as well. Kamals, he'll be deleted by Waikika Mukau. MSC got rid of Maogi. And I think Buriram is seeing Fury light up the kill feed at the moment. And they're thinking, hang on, Fury is that team that might take second place away from us, so we need to get that ball rolling as well. They've gotten into the engagements, and now we're seeing that race for second place really kick off.
7 teams remain, 22 alive here for match 1, day 4. And of those 7 teams, the majority of them are around that top 6 still alive. MSC, Golden Cat, Fury, Buriram, at least. While Q Confirm are getting points this game, Jordan, the teams below them are also just keeping up the pace here, right behind them. 20 seconds until phase 6 and 1 more feed onto Q Confirm. And I'll start to question a few things, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like they've been a bit of a magnet for that circle at the moment. We'll see where this one does end up going as God Meow fires some shots in the direction of Gearbox. 1 second.
Oh my God.
It is, of course, again on top of Q Confirm, so they just get a fat circle right on top of them. And look, to be honest, Xenox, this might be the game that seals the deal for them. They get already a lot of points out of it from all the kills that they've been grabbing, and now they're almost assured a top placement too. 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, something like that. I don't see anyone catching Q Confirm from here.
I think even the Circle Gods chose Q Confirm for their pick'ems, as J-End will meet his end by Tonke. Golden Cat, 6 teams left, 19 alive. Buriram on the move. And Q2 off for MSC is the only one alive, so this should be a pretty quick, clean sweep from Buriram. Kunaxi's got nades. Will elect to use them. 4 kills for MSC, but Yanku is going to be eliminated here. The question is, will he cause some harm to Buriram on the way out?
Well, they're certainly going to be hoping that he doesn't, because it is Buriram that is going to have to do the majority of the work against Q Confirm. Fury on the other side as well, so I mean, Q Confirm at the moment are sandwiched between 2 very, very solid teams. There maybe is still a world where one of the 2 or both can even come together and perhaps get rid of Q Confirm before they run away with too many placement points. But to do that, of course, Buriram will have to deal with Yanku first, and they seem to have a good idea of where he is, but they're not managing to connect any of this utility. The grenades have gone in quite a lot. He's connected that one, and this might actually be the one that finishes Yanku off. It blows up, but he survives again. I don't know how he's still alive. This is a wild ride, but he has managed to keep himself relatively healthy. Buriram's certainly convinced that he's in this building, and certainly in this room as well. They're going to have to breach it, Xenox. They're going to run out of utility at this point.
Yeah, there's 1 minute remaining though, and the thing is, this compound's not actually inside of the circle. If they wanted to, they could just move past it, wait for him to eventually come out. He flashed. That's why the spray is off. I think in the end though, Buriram even flashed themselves. You can see it, Nordra with a hand in his face. Fortunately for God, Meow doesn't go down to the wild spray of Yanku. MSC eliminated in 6th position, where their current position is actually on the standings. 5 teams left, Jordan, though. Fury Australia down to the south, 6 kills. They've got Golden Cat just to their right-hand side, though. Q Confirm will be in the compound, but how much can they really do? Gems, though, came out for a play in the fields, and unfortunately, he's going to be quickly eliminated by Waikika Mukau. 7 kills now for Fury, and Q Confirm do lose a member.
Yeah, a little bit of a interesting push from him, trying to get aggressive. Golden Cat right on top of Fury at the moment. That's just the danger for Fury. Once that circle comes in, they might actually have to deal with Golden Cat depending on where it does end up going. But Fury certainly not too eager to get shot in the back. They've sent a couple of players, Jukesy and Ronan, to try and deal with it. Circle goes north toward Buriram and still keeps Q Confirm inside of the discussion. I'm not so sure about Fury's position. If Golden Cat really commit to this fight, they could be in trouble, but that's to sort of respect Golden Cat would probably also set themselves up in a crossfire between Bahamut, Q Confirm, and Fury if they were to do so. Very interesting to see where this goes from here, and it actually looks like Fury are going to try and breach. They're going to have to. They've got to do something.
Got not much of a choice, but try and breach Q Confirm. If it works, this could be huge. Wow, the Murado has just gone into the roof. Insight was immediately eliminated. There was only 3 members for Q Confirm, 3 up as well for Fury. 3 versus 3 to get through the doorway. Nice spray with the barrel. 58 health after taking a bit of damage back. There's also a trade. Ronan got Jayers, so it's a 1-for-1 between Jayers and Jukesy from QC and Fury. 2 versus 2 remains now. Waikika Mukau and Ronan still alive. Close by is Xiaomen and Spit. Tonke and Golden Cat now make the move as well, but they're moving towards the center of the circle. circle rather than the compound.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I would have wondered whether or not maybe they would actually go for a third party here. You know it's Q confirmed. You know it's Fury. Two teams that you're trying to chase right now. You have a numbers advantage. You know that they're fighting. There's an opportunity for you to get rid of both of them if you third party this engagement, but they slow down. They take that risk versus reward. They've opted for the low risk, medium reward kind of a play, and they've taken the center of the zone. But whether or not that works out in the long run, we'll have to wait and see. It does relieve pressure on Fury and Q Confirm, who have disengaged the engagement.
Ram with 4 up. Spit will get Tong K though. Q Confirm now up to 6, potentially 7 kills if they can flush Tong K. But Jowman's been spotted by 6-Axe at the tractor. Spit, last one alive now for Q Confirm. And has to deal with both Maximus, 6-Axe in front of him, and White, Muka, and Ronan behind him. We head over to Ram United though. Godmeow has been knocked down by Shin Ryuji. Bahamut Gaming once again doing well on Miramar, but they fall short this time in 5th position. Ram can even get this revive. Bit, on the other hand, is still doing an amazing job to stay alive for this long. For Q Confirm, move back into the warehouse. Ronan and Waikik and Mukau still up for Fury. 4 teams left, but Ram have got the numbers, and they're potentially going to have the position after all this commotion between these 3 teams here on your screen. Fury, QC, and GC come to a close.
Well, it certainly should be Ram from here, but they're not in a position with any particular hard cover, so they may still find things a little difficult depending on how these engagements go in the compound. Spit alone for Q Confirm right now, but they've at least achieved a top 4, regardless of where he goes from here. He's still got a lot of kills on the board. Q Confirm have still achieved what they set out to do, and that's to ensure that the gap doesn't close too significantly. Smoke's going down now for Svit. Golden Cat utilizing them as well to progress. All it takes is another 1 or 2 kills here for Svit, and that just continues to increase the lead for Q Confirm. Fury, for the moment, not too eager to find themselves in any engagements. They're looking for those placement points. Ram are more than content to wait this out. You can see the sort of setup that they've got. They've really just cut the circle in half all the way through. And they're waiting for whichever team ends up getting out of what is essentially now a mini battle royale in this compound.
Pretty much paramount, I guess, for Ram Fury Golden Cat that Svit is the next one to go out. They cannot afford him snaking his way to a top 3 finish. Spotted, takes a bit of damage. Tong K, I believe, might have been the one doing that. Ronan might actually be the recipient who gets the elimination, though, because Svit moving in his direction slowly, and he will confirm it. There goes Q Confirm in 4th position. Their run comes to an end here in match 1 of day 4. And at the delight of these 3 remaining teams, who are the 3 teams, Jordan, right below them on the standings, what this also has now done is caused a divide from this top 4 to everyone below them as well.
Well, that's exactly what we said about Cerberus. If they don't have Heisaki, you can probably count them out. And they dropped earlier on in this round to Carnage. It seems will continue from day 3 to 4 for them. But Ram turning things around here on day 4. And it's almost assured now that they'll at least close the gap somewhat. It's not going to be a huge gap close. It's not going to be something astronomical. 40 points the difference at the moment. It was 41 the points difference going into this game. So already starting to plug away at that gap. But how much more Ram can get out of this is actually going to be quite significant in the grand scheme of the rest of the 4 games that we have tonight.
Will it be Ram, though? I mean, that's the thing, putting a lot of emphasis on that.
True.
For good reason. They've got the circle here for Phase 9. These teams will have to come out, but Fury, if they're smart, they can maybe still find a few more kills, potentially against Golden Cat, and get 2nd place. That would be amazing for them, too. 9 kills. Oh, that's going to be a nice spot from Canaxion to Maximus in the wheat fields. That'll be his 7th kill now. Golden Cat down to just Tong K, 6-Axe. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 2. Smokes the concrete wall for Fury Australia. Golden Cat just trying to avoid Ram for as long as possible, hugging this wall, expecting Fury to make their way out at some point. They've got Smokes themselves. Kanaxi, ever so brave, continues to push up, get closer and closer, and he's going to be rewarded for that. Knockdown and elimination to follow onto both 6-Axe and Tong K. Golden Cat in 3rd. Ronan immediately sat as well by Kanaxi. He's found 3 in quick succession. Like Nikamukau, can he somehow find a 1 versus 4? No, he cannot. Ram United Esports with an 11-kill win to start the day and to start their potential chase onto Q Confirm.
Well, that's a big result for Buriram. 21 points for them, only 10 for Q Confirm. So they've closed the gap by 11. Fury doing the same, although not by as significant of a margin. What a sick game to start things off here for match number 1 of day 4 PCS APAC. This is really setting us up for an exciting finish, Xenox. I mean, we saw North America earlier this morning, at least for us it was earlier this morning, and that resulted in a fantastic finale. But we may well get something similar today here in APAC if things continue the way they have. Excellently played from Buriram. It was Q Confirm that got the hard feed after hard feed after hard feed. And you could really see Gems was trying to get aggressive in the center of that circle. He was trying to push the issue, trying to get some more points on the board for Q Confirm. But that might ended up potentially have been their undoing, where he goes down, it leaves 3 remaining. That's Fury with the information then and deciding to breach that 3 stack as opposed to a 4 stack. How differently things could have gone, but for these small little moments throughout that game, I do really wonder. But end of the day, Xenox, very, very pleased to see how that one has turned out, because it certainly sets the storylines up going into these remaining 4 games.
Look at the top 8 in that particular game as well for that match leaderboard, Jordan. It's 5 Thailand, 3 Australia. Thailand dominating this game, 4 of the top 5 as well. And quite frankly, when you look at the fact that, you know, BRU, Q Confirm, Golden Cat, Thailand seriously has been probably the best region here for APAC. It goes without saying, especially when you consider Q Confirm, the team now slightly chasing them, BRU as well. The thing is, it was only an 11-point gain for Buriram United compared to what could have been more had Q Confirm gone out. They had a lot of that circle lock that game, it's fair to say. Svit doing a lot of work damage-wise, 487, but Roding top in the chart, Waiki Kamukau behind him.
Yeah, definitely a big game for a majority of the players in the top 4. What you do talk about there, Xenox, the 11-point differential that Buriram is able to gain onto Q Confirm. I mean, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but to bring it back from 41 to 30 over the next 4 games, I mean, that's still definitely achievable, particularly at the pace, obviously, that Buriram is getting. If they can bring it back 11 points. Yeah, man, I wear it all game. I just got to make sure nothing falls on my head. There might be a crate dropping again. I mean, we've already got one, so what's the chances of a second? I don't know. But like I'm trying to say, for Q Confirm, they do need to actually kind of keep this pace up with Buriram. That's 11 points taken in 1 game. If they can get that for the next 4 games, Buriram is going to overtake Q Confirm. There's only 30 points the difference right now. So Q Confirm need to be careful at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely agree with you. We've potentially got ourselves a chase that has started. Will it continue, though? Buriram have got momentum as they take it into the break. Match 1 done. Match 2 on the other side. Match 1 in the books on Miramar. Match 2 coming up very, very shortly. Q Confirm have still got their lead. It's still a pretty good lead, but Jordan, Buriram United are going to be hot on their heels from here on out.
They certainly are. It's a great day to start things off for Buriram. They've got themselves within 30 points. And, you know, we always talk about these theoretical sort of the ability for teams to kind of catch up, what they kind of need to do on any given day. How many points can you theoretically achieve, or realistically maybe even achieve is a better way of phrasing it. And we've sort of put a target about 60 points or so. And for a team like Buriram, 60 points today, it feels like it might not be enough, but that really depends on what Q Confirm does. Now, admittedly, Q Confirm getting a lot of points out of Game 1, so they're still continuing to push the issue pretty nicely. But if they do struggle a little bit here, if they do falter, and teams like Buriram and Fury, and even Golden Cat continue to stretch well, things could get pretty interesting towards the end of things. Second game of Miramar kicking off, we head into it, and of course, it's going to be Buriram that will follow out of the plane, as they were the team to pick up the victory in round number 16. One interesting thing to note, Xenox, is that of the top 4 teams that went into that match, all of them managed a top 4 placing in that game as well. So it really does continue to keep the majority of those points towards the top end of the stick. Much different to what we saw going into day 2 of week 1, where a lot of the teams toward the bottom of the standings really had a bit of a better day. So I think a lot of those teams towards the top end, they're really feeling like they can push it. They're really feeling like they can take that victory. And they've obviously come into today very well prepared. Just
want to make a quick point as well. For those from Oceania, the PCS2 OCE qualifiers have been announced. Play.eslgaming.com. You can go check that out, or ESL Australia on Twitter as well, and follow the links. Oceania has lost a slot, actually, down to 2 slots now from 3, which would be very detrimental for teams like Carnage, for instance, because, you know, we, especially in the OCE region, typically see Astra and Fury leading the way and taking those top 2 spots. Singapore and Malaysia, from my understanding, will get a slot each in retrospect for PCS2 coming up not too far away in the future, in fact, mind you.
Yeah, not too far. I always like to see, you know, when there's something else coming up on the horizon, because it gives teams something to kind of look forward to and think about, right? If there's just one tournament, you think, okay, well, great, we've made our team, we've done well in this tournament, but there's nothing to look to in the future. So it's always good to have a bit of a roadmap, you know, about 6 months to a year in advance. And obviously that's what PCS has provided for us. So I'm really looking forward to PCS number 2. Based on what we've seen here so far in PCS number 1 and Charity Showdown, we could see a pretty solid sort of a tournament in APAC in particular. But you look at North America, you look at all the other regions, and it's actually kind of popped off. I really like the format, to be honest, even more so than the league format that we had in 2019, because I think it sort of gets people a lot more invested in these sorts of tournaments. When there's a little bit less to watch, it makes everything feel like it matters more.
PCS2 also means more codes, eventually. Just love that. When last week, of course, or the first week of PCS, just the demand for the codes was just at an all-time high. Also, if I'm correct, I believe roughly in about 3-4 days, definitely at some point next week, Jordan, you can redeem your prizes, especially for everyone who voted for Shoot to Kill, for instance.
I did.
So, yeah, I did as well, of course, supporting Luke 12. Go the Aussies.
Yep.
But hey, yeah, a couple days, and then you can redeem those.
Looking forward to it. Cerberus have a bit of a long rotation to make again this round. Xenox, they're all the way over to the western side of the map, out near El Pozo at the moment, just driving down that western highway, driving south, and they're going to have to keep driving for quite a while, all the way down to the southeastern side of the map. It's a circle that's gone, I mean, it's kind of over Los Leones, a little bit more centrally over Los Leones than anything else, and there's a fair bit of water involved, so it's not another bad circle here for Fury and Buriram, 2 teams that had a phenomenal performance in Game 1, and we might see that go back-to-back here on Miramar. And if we do, I mean, look, I've said it a few times already tonight. I feel like a bit of a broken record, but tonight is actually shaping up like it could be something a little bit more than what we might have expected. I think for both you and I coming into today, we sort of thought Q Confirm would just walk it in a way, but after seeing that first game and now seeing this first circle shift here in game number 2, I'm starting to get a little bit excited. I don't want to curse it or anything like that, but I am starting to feel like maybe there is a world where we see a magical comeback from the likes of Boomerang or Fury or even Golden Cat. But admittedly, Golden Cat don't have the circle here for phase 1.
Definitely agree with you. I'd say, though, that Q Confirm for the entire night will be one really good game away from really solidifying that top spot. And what I mean, a really good game, Jordan, I'm saying probably something like a 20-point game. Even a 15-point game, for instance, makes it extremely hard then. For Bureram, Fury, Golden Cat, they're the only 3 teams that I give even a remote chance of catching Q Confirm. They still need to have really good games for at least the next 3 matches and being hopeful that Q Confirm don't get much. I mean, Q Confirm still picked up like 10 points in match number 1. Now, that's not an amazing game, and it helps that, of course, Bureram, Fury, Golden Cat all performed a bit better. So, in retrospect, it's not that bad. But if that were to happen, if even Golden Cat would, sorry, Golden Cat, if Q Confirm were able to get 10 points, 15 points, and those 3 below them don't get anything, of disaster. In fact, third-party launchers, it just sneaks up this ridge to get the spot on the second best player, at least for PCS1 APAC. I mean, that's horrible news for Boomerang. Great news for Fury Australia, though. But Boomerang's the closer team to catching Q Confirm, Jordan.
Yeah, but to be honest, there's not that much in it, so any point really matters at the moment. I don't think either of the teams are out of the running at the moment. We always like to sort of have those cutoff discussions. Tonke goes flying through the air, luckily dodging the majority of the bullets. But yeah, I still think Boomerang and Fury are still within the discussion. It's definitely quite tough for Fury. It's still tough for Boomerang. But like I said, every single point matters. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility. We've seen Incognito in the Pro Circuit in Oceania in 2019 being able to put a 20-kill game together on Miramar. And that's 30 points right there, which admittedly, you know, you're not going to bet on it. You're not going to say that's very likely. But anything can happen here. And I think that's the main takeaway. You know, I don't want to call it before it's over, because there is always that possibility that one of these 2 teams can sort of make it happen. Either way, Golden Cat is another one that's probably just in that discussion as well, and they're having a bit of a tough time rotating. A lot of teams going down south through that highway, through the Southern Highway. They're kind of all running into each other and getting stuck in a bit of a choke point, which is not at all what they'd want to be doing. They just want to get into the center of the circle, set themselves up for a good game here, but it doesn't seem like that luxury is being provided, at least for Golden Cat, or for Cerberus or Daytrade, who are all getting stuck down there. Q Confirm, on the other hand, have just come in from the north, and there's not a whole lot going on here, to be honest. The real estate is relatively free for Q Confirm.
We have Divine close by. We actually just saw them taking a few shots towards Divine. Minute and a half until phase 2. If this circle does go south again, it's going to feed right onto Boomerang and Fury Australia. It'll also move away from Q Confirm. The only way that Q Confirm get a good phase 2 circle is if this hard shifts up to the north, which would change the landscape of the way this match will play out. Quite literally, like the terrain is very different to, say, the north side of the circle compared to the south side towards Porto Paraíso.
Well, it's going to have to move inevitably away from the water, isn't it? So you wouldn't be
not for a while.
Disappointed about, I know, not for a while, but you wouldn't be too disappointed if you hedged your bets a little bit further away from the coast. I kind of like where Fury is at the moment. They're very much center of the current circle. Maximus. Oh, dearie me. Cerberus might have another rough exit here. Xenos, they've run right on top of Maximus. The trades are coming back on in from Golden Cat and from Cerberus. But right now, I think that's favoring Golden Cat. Sixax does just get across to safety. We'll have to continue this engagement. Tinoy trying to get out of here alive.
Nice headshot from Sixax, covering the angle. Still alive with Tom K. Basil, last one standing for Cerberus Esports, can go for the revive and a goal, but it might probably want to deal with the more immediate threat, which is Sixax. Still, this might be a safe res. If we've got any smokes, he's got 5 of them, in fact. Could probably elect to use one if he wants to. And still, Basil, though, playing this one smart, expecting the push, not going for the immediate revive. The Molotov is going to miss. Now goes for the revive afterwards, taking some time. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he actually stops this revive, because Sixax is continuing to push. He does stop the revive. Sixax, where's Tonke? So Tonke's not actually
ages
here.
Away. He's ages away. It's a 1v1.
1 versus 1.
Tino might just bleed out at this rate. The grenade goes through. I think Tino is done, so Basil fires a couple of shots off. Golden Cat. We'll see Tino dropping. So it's Tonkay and Sixax right now, but there's a chance that it ends up only being Tonkay if Basil does win this Angel. Again, both teams would not have liked to have run into each other here, particularly Golden Cat, who is in that chase for a top placing. But once you're in it, you kind of have to stick around and you have to fight. It's just a mess.
Very drawn out mess as well. It's taking a while. They're both now inside of the blue. There is a motorcycle there, so whoever can win this quickly can get moving. Of course, there's more on the line here for Cerberus, because if Basil is eliminated, that's the end for Cerberus. But at the very least, it's still Tonkay alive. The Golden Cat, hello. Q confirmed. That's going to be Victim Rise. You're pushing onto. Chipper doing a very good job. Got one knocked down, couldn't get the second. Did get a headshot, though, onto Svit, which does get him quite low. Hamels is close by for Victim Rise. Does he elect to push and be aggressive? Samoy behind him. Just a bit further back, not going to be able to help out anytime soon. Playing on this roof is good. He can't really be too affected by a lot of the utility being thrown by Q confirmed. Nikki from Divine Esports spots Gems. Doesn't take the shots, not just yet anyway. Kamal's not even peeking this. Still 3 up for Victim Rise, but Gempos even further back in comparison to Samoy, who just got there. Nikki just keeping a watchful eye. Q confirmed. And they get out of this one alive, Jordan.
Well, Victim Rise do have a pretty decent position with Kamal's on the roof here. If he's not spotted by Divine, he can be a massive, massive problem for Q Confirm at the moment. Good overwatch from Genfos and Seymour down on the ground. It is a 4-on-3, but I think Kamal's could be the difference maker right now. Confirm should be aware of his positioning. They have spotted him out and they've heard him as well. Starting to move their way in the direction of Seymour. All it really takes here is Q Confirm to just drop one player into the 3-on-3. That's where Divine is going to start to spring their trap as well. Things could really fall by the wayside. Divine, though, do go a little bit early. Nikki firing a couple of shots in there, which don't end up connecting. So the 3-on-4 stalemate continues.
Go from one stalemate to another stalemate. One ring around the rosy, this one just sitting on top of the roof, waiting and waiting. Denfos is here now, so Victim Rise do have 3 players. They spot lots of the Junior and the rest of MSC making their move now. They're going to go past this compound in preparation for the next phase to come in the next 35 seconds. Yoshim and Burit lagging behind the tumbling Ganku and Ilonix. They will at least land on their feet, keep moving forward. They're going past Divine.
And in the meanwhile, VTR and Q Confirm continue to just hang around each other. It's like they've invited each other over for a play date, but then they've gotten scared. They don't want to see each other anymore. Q Confirm
right now,
don't want to be dropping.
There's no pressure for Q Confirm to do anything right now. We're only going to go into phase 3 very shortly. May just get the feed anyway. They do, of course.
Wow.
Up north, it's not like it's phase 4 and it had to go away from the water, but as usually phase 3 does, it kind of just does it for phase 4 anyway.
I mean, it kind of means they're going to get the next one too, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, they're basically going to get the fed again here, Q Confirm. The difference is, of course, they've got a team literally, Jordan, literally on top of them.
Yeah, I suppose that is to their detriment, but again, as long as they can just keep those points ticking over, probably can get over the line. They're already at 159 points, which is really not too bad. I think you aim for something like 180 from here, and you probably do end up with the win. It'll be tough to see Buriram stretching that far. MSC have set themselves up with a little bit of a bunker. They're in the center of the circle as well, but I imagine a lot of teams are going to go rotating around them. They may get an opportunity to find a few kills. Buriram is coming in from the south. They are just below Fury Australia, who is keeping an eye on Day Trade, who is also to their south. So there's quite a congregation going on at the southern part of this map. It's a very, very dangerous area to be. But Fury is the gatekeeper for all of these teams that you see on your screen right now. Buriram, Maogi, Day Trade, and even DIC and, well, Tonkay from Golden Cat hanging around there as well, as we see Carnage having some struggles in the kill feed. But there's a chance here for Fury to get a lot of points on the board. Same for Buriram, but similarly, a chance they go out very early. Risk versus reward.
Is there much they can really do about it, though? That's the question. Really. Kamal, Samoy, not going to move. Genforce not going to move either. A reason for Q Confirm to make a desperate push out of that building. Not just yet, anyway. The only thing would be, I mean, it can technically for phase 4 hard shift down to the south. Anything that's going to force Q-Confirm out of this building is when it all could go wrong. The longer they can stay in here, the better. If it goes all the way to phase 5, 6, potentially even 7, and they still don't have to leave, yes, they're not going to have the kills. They certainly can't find many when they're just literally stuck inside that building, but placement points will do the job for them. We go back to this 1v1. This is the replay, of course. Would have been surprised if it was still happening, considering how long it took. Basil did end up winning that against 6 sacks. It took a while, but they battled it out in the end. So Tonkay, last one alive for Golden Cat. Basil, last one alive for Cerberus Esports. And Buriram United making their way out of Porto Paraíso. No kills yet. And, of course, they lost Nordra very early on to Fury.
Well, speaking of Fury, they better hope that they've been doing a good job of scouting, because now that that circle is starting to shift on in, Daytrade, Maogi, and Buriram are getting ever closer to Fury at the moment. Buriram also been keeping a keen eye over to their west, which is where Canaxi is looking at the moment. He hasn't seen too much. They must be aware at least that there's something going on. They must have heard something, otherwise they wouldn't keep looking in that direction. Look at how close Ronan is to these day trade players. This could go from bad to worse very quickly for Fury if they get their timing wrong.
You see, just making a move. They get Samoy for free. No re-firing from Kamals or Genforce either. They don't even get a refrag. They just walk out, get a kill, walk back in. Now it's a 4 versus 2 at this compound. Kamals has done basically nothing from this roof position. To be fair, there's not much he really can do. Genforce just watching and waiting, but I'm not sure if that was just a quick run out from Q-Confirm or Samoy got a bit greedy for a moment in time and had a lapse of concentration. Genforce, this is a good position to hold though. If he can just wait till someone pushes up these stairs, could find a knockdown, but I don't think he then would be able to find much else from there. Jams, nice headshot onto Jaxi of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Q-Confirm getting antsy at that compound, but for good reason. They're finding kills, they're moving slowly out, and they're dealing with victim rise.
Indeed. In the meanwhile, Fury lost a player, and they might be about to lose another one. Juki and Waikika certainly in the firing line for Daytrade, and Waikika does just get stuck for a moment. Jukesy goes sliding down the hill as well. Inside, stopping some shots. Buriram's getting involved. There goes Maogi. That's some big points on the board immediately for Buriram. Fury trying to snake a couple back. Poochills goes down. Good shots from Jukesy to present that opportunity for Insight to finish the kill off. They've got 3 kills here, Fury, so they're also keeping themselves ticking over at the moment. Having lost that player already and being in such a dangerous position perhaps doesn't bode well for them. Q-Confirm will lose Jiao Man. He's dropped, and I think he'll be finished off here as well. Kamal surely. And that's the first one down for Q-Confirm. So all of the top 3 teams getting in the mix early on in the piece and losing a player each.
It's the rise of the bottom teams right now here for match 2 of day 4. Getting involved, Kamals, to his credit, has been very patient. Anquant landing a tag onto Genforce, but he can just fall back inside that building. He's fine, he's good. As for DIC, though, they are going to have to get moving very shortly. Still a minute till phase 5. Voidmate finding a knockdown onto Edie. Genforce not going to be moving from that building for good reason. Keep QC trapped in that long building instead. Edie knocked down, can actually make a run for it. Half health. It's been a battle for Buriram in this match. They've found some kills, they've found some points, but I don't think they're going to find many placement points, if any, in this game. Insight finds another kill for Fury Australia, and as you said, the top 3, top 4, getting amongst it very early on. It's still only the 18.5 minute mark. God now, waiting for Linksy. Nice knockdown, will get the block. Has enough ammunition. No. As the reload falls back, as Niku's an extreme push forward, trying to get the refrag. Linksy's actually still up, hasn't been flushed by God Meow, who's the last one alive for Buriram United. Zoidmate with a nade as well. They need to quickly finish off God Meow, get the revive onto Linksy if they can. 8 more seconds till phase 5. We're going to get this circle pop any second now, but I don't think God Meow is going to get much more for Buriram.
No, it doesn't look like it. And Astra may have inadvertently helped out their Oceanic brethren here. Another big feed onto Q-Confirm, though. And so seeing Buriram in the kill feed for all the wrong reasons is going to be heartening for Q-Confirm. They know that they can increase that gap. Good spray from God Meow, though, onto Nikus. And maybe it's not over just yet. Extreme trades. Buriram out 14th. Astra have gate camped the second place high team. And that's Fury now licking their lips, thinking, hey, they're only 11 points ahead of us. We can really bridge that gap right now. And Q Confirm doing much the same, but for different reasons, saying we can increase the gap. It was not all that much coming in from game 1 to game 2, but if Q Confirm put another 10 points on the board here, we're back to where we began at about a 40 points difference.
And with less games to play as well as a result of that, it's not like the game tally stays at 5. There will only be 3 more matches played after this. Y8 is going to send it literally into MSC, run over onto Ilonix, although it was then very subsequently quickly finished off by Yanku. 3 up for Gearbox, who have had an up and down sort of PCS. My boy and ArcGod have just found 2 onto Astra as MSC continue to just be lit up with utility by Gearbox. Dayan finds the higher ground position, is flashed momentarily, also has to reload, loses Chin too, so only Beadora is now the last one standing for Gearbox as Dayan is knocked out too by Levi. Divine helping out from a distance. Waiki Kamukau feeds on my boy, ArcGod. Last one standing for BG, but he gets the knockdown onto Waiki Kamukau. 2 standing for Fury. They need to get the revive moving forward as well. Nice knockdown from Jukesy on SmartGod.
It's Inside actually that saves Jukesy there. He was in a world of hurt. Circle is moving though, so I'm not sure whether we'll see Waiki Kamukau taking much more of a part in this game. But this is a scary looking Fury at the moment. They're being decisive, they're being aggressive, and they're clearing these teams out. The rest of Bahamut Gaming have gotten out of here, and by the rest, I mean it's just Mr. Chan, the only one alive. Waiki Kamukau is picked back on up, and he'll be able to run in with the rest of the boys, but it's going to take a while for him to heal on up, and Fury need to be aware that there's a few teams that are looking in their direction, one of them being Mr. Chan, looking for some revenge, and he will get it. That is going to be the end of Waiki Kamukau, but let's see whether or not Insight now, as a sole survivor, is going to be able to make something happen for Fury. They definitely would like to get some placement points out of this one because this is their chance to catch Buru Ramp. And things are falling apart a little bit right now. They have to go through Divine. They have to go through MSC. Insight's just going to slug away and hope for something. Hope for the best. Perhaps a hard southeast shift here is what he's looking for. It's going to go north.
And again, it's going to be on Q Confirm's compound, one way or another. They have had these circles keep them in that compound the entire game, which is exactly what they needed. I mentioned it at the start, back when it was phase 2. The longer that they don't have to move, the better they can get placement points. Because at any point that they had to make their way out, it was always going to be difficult, even if they had the numbers against Victim Rise. Tom K should get 74L1 here. JJ Leo, though, had him covered, was able to help out his teammate and gets the elimination on Golden Cat. In 4th position, they will stay at the moment. As Fury, the Lone Wolf still challenging Q Confirm, but it's only the Lone Wolf Insight that remains. Can he get Mr. Chan looking for revenge after taking out Waiki Kamukau just earlier? Mr. Chan gets away safely. The push now from MSC onto Divines, Nikki and Turtle. 3 versus 2 in their front. Is Turtle knocked down, eliminated. Nikki gets 1. Can he find any more? Probably not from that sort of position. Yoshi Memburi with a Scar L able to get the refrag after Rossiter Jr. was knocked down. MSC very messy in this fight.
Yeah, MSC smelling blood though. They know that they can try to catch up to Golden Cat, having seen them drop out early, and this is their chance. Might have gone a little bit too over-eager. This is also given the opportunity, I might add in the meanwhile, for Insight to push in, because he is on this side of the map, recognizes that the teams are fighting, and he can try and utilize that distraction to get into the circle. It's Divine that are eliminated by MSC, but it's not without loss. Here comes Mr. Chan, though, doing much the same thing that Insight is, and he'll spot it from behind. Surely Insight does not survive here. Mr. Chan sprays him down. The M249 too strong in a situation like that. And Fury out in 9th, just outside of the placement points.
With only 3 games remaining now, Q Confirm are going to be able to gain some separation once again on their 3 competitors just below them. Yoshimemburi knocked down by Anquan. DRC have got the higher ground advantage down to the south side of this phase 6 circle, which will close in 40 seconds time. Yanku knocked down with an 8 from 74R1. Rossiter Jr., who was knocked down, brought back up, barrel in hand. Is the last one that is alive for MSC Theraton. And quite nice shots again. DIC really using this very slight elevation to their advantage. MSC wiped out. completely gone in 8th position. And it is the teams from the bottom 4, Jordan, Bahamut, DIC, Carnage, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter all still up, which is great news for Q Confirm and everyone who's got them for their pick'ems. Still, the entire game, Genfos, along with Kamals, have not really tried to do anything here against Q Confirm. But for the first time, Q Confirm will have to leave this long building.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely they can't cop another feed tonight. This would have been unbelievable had it gone over to the west, but they will inevitably have to move on out. And DIC is kind of hanging around, or at least JJ Leo is. The rest of DIC is a little bit further to the south, closer to Mr. Chan, obviously on your screen. VTR as well, still a bit of a problem for Q Confirmed, just because getting Kamals off of that roof isn't going to be all that easy when they have to exit the building as well. Carnage still alive, so they're up towards the northern side of the map. Maybe a chance for them to get some pretty good points on the board here as well. Alongside them, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, as you mentioned, the teams in the bottom 4 having the run of the place at the moment. Just the big storyline heading into these final few circles is how many points Q Confirm can actually get from this position, because right now the gap is 30. That is where we went into this game with. It hasn't increased, it hasn't decreased, but there is every chance that it increases astronomically. They could still win the game from here.
Although, in the other hypothetical situation, if they get flushed immediately by Genpost and Kamals, and potentially anyone else as they make their way out of this compound, 30-point gap with 3 games to go is not the safest lead. Basil finally eliminated from the very beginning. Kamal still on top of this building, may get all 3 members of QC. Never mind, he doesn't get anyone. In fact, Victim Rise just got splattered as soon as they had to move as well. Q Confirmed got 3 up, it's like nothing happened.
Well, that's the danger of going up against a team as sharp as Q Confirm. Carnage didn't have any shots on them, neither did DIC, so it was essentially a 2-on-3. BTR have let Q Confirm out of the buildings, and this is where things start to get a little bit exciting. Look at all the utility. Great shots, though, coming through from Monty, and Svit just gets absolutely peppered. Now, he'll survive thanks to the wall of smokes. But Monty and B2 are under a bit of fire themselves. And there goes Monty. Put one foot wrong, and DIC is going to capitalize. Jayers hears those shots, tries to get aggressive above DIC, knows that he needs to do something special here to keep Q Confirm in a power position.
I feel like, though, they've already done enough this game, considering the circumstances. Q Confirm stuck in that building for the entire game, and yet they're still in this position where top 5 is paramount. Mr. Chan still up, doing a lot of work. Unfortunately, though, 7401, I think, may just have him covered. Goes pro momentarily, at least wants to flush out JJ Leo before he does get taken out. In the end, he did by Vandal 9 of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. DIC will finally put an end to Q Confirm's run here in match 2, but yet still, they increase their lead with 3 matches remaining. It's now 34 points compared to Brewer Ram United. DIC just rolling through right now, though. 13 kills in arguably what's been their best game so far of PCS1 APAC.
I don't think it's arguable at this point, Xenox. 13 kills, and it might well be more. It might be a win here for DIC. Those are some good shots, though, coming back from Man. Eagle Sentinel Shooter are down, but they're not out just yet. The res coming through onto Vandal in a moment, and he will just survive on 1 HP. DIC looking to strike. Meanwhile, B2 from Carnage watches on. He's got the front row seats as the spectator in the server at the moment, but he's looking for a second place here, at least.
Eagle Sentinel Shooter, though, wanting to get off the bottom of the standings. That would be their goal in particular. 3 teams, 7 alive. Carnage have still got 1 up. It's B2, prone all the way on the other side of the field. Makes it hard for Eagle Sentinel Shooter to leap above them, even if they take out DIC. Clown, 7401 revived, so 3 up. Anquan, Beryl, so close to Vandal, but he's on the other side of that ridge. He's not going to be able to just spray him that easily. He will have the high ground if he pushes over at first, though. Orc as well for Vandal. But they're playing this quite passively. They may just end up allowing DIC to now get the revive, fully heal up, get better position. Nade close to 7401. We will just get the first aid kit off immediately.
What I'm waiting for is, when is B2 going to strike? When is he going to decide to move? Is he going to be given the opportunity to third party? I mean, this could well go down to very, very low numbers for whichever team ends up winning this minor skirmish, and that's the perfect opportunity for Carnage to maybe even find their second win of the tournament. Vandal 9 putting a bit of damage back into 74L1. Man does
How is
the
no
same.
one down?
I don't know, Xenox. You ask these questions, B2's like, listen, fellas, if I have to do it myself, here, I'll show you how it's done.
If I have to kill you all, I'll have to just kill you all myself then. Jaxie's going to bleed out. Man and Vandal down to 2 for Eagle Sentinel Shooter. DIC apparently needing a helping hand, but B2, because he's stuck his head up, it gets taken out by Vandal. How do you hit that shot, but you can't hit DIC 2 feet in front of you? Man now lands the shots on the Clown 3, 2 versus 2, and another clutch finish here for PCS1 APAC Day 4. Man gets Arquan as well. Can he get all 3 of them? It's only 74L1 and his Grozer in hand. That remains 2 versus 1 in favor of Eagle Sentinel Shooter.
Eagle Sentinel Shooter looking for their first win here in PCS APAC. They've been having a rough time so far. Their best placement up to this was a 4th. But it's really on a silver platter for them at the moment. 74L1, the only thing standing between them and that first victory. It'll be an 8-kill victory as well. That's not too shabby. I see, looking for their second. They're really hoping that 74L1 will be able to make it happen. And there's a good headshot. Man goes down. Now into the one-on-one. Vandal 9 hasn't been spotted, but the confirm goes in. And he does indeed have him, Xenox. It's DIC that'll clutch away the victory. 74L1 with that suppressed Groza. And it's a 15-kill win for them as well. Eagle Sentinel Shooter will go winless into game number 18, as we've just seen 17 pass by the wayside. Second place for them, though, definitely not a bad result. Same for Bahamut Gaming, 3rd. But it's Fury and Q Confirm are the ones that you really want to be taking a look at. Xenox, they are the ones that are up towards the top of the standings. And they're getting some okay, but not amazing points. Q Confirm haven't increased the lead over Fury, but they did increase the lead over Buriram, which is their next closest competitor. So the difference now is 34 points that Buriram has to catch up in 3 games remaining.
Yeah, 4-point increase over Buriram, and Golden Cat didn't really get much either. In fact, it's the same for them too. And it's kind of a strange one because it's both a blessing and a curse. Right? Buriram's happy that Q Confirm didn't get anything major, but at the same time, then they didn't really get anything themselves to capitalize on that. And this was sort of the theme that we saw for basically, I guess, quite a few games so far. Comparing, I guess, the bad performances from Q Confirmed, like day 1, they got a 0-point game. On day 2, they got a 0-point game. And in those games, Buriram, nothing. Golden Cat, nothing.
Solid performance from Mr. Chan there, actually, in the end. He was a player that sort of ruined the day for quite a few teams. I mean, for Bahamut Gaming, he was the last survivor. And he was able to at least put the end to Fury and maybe even a little bit more. He put some more damage in towards the late stages there as well to a couple of other teams. So definitely a difference maker, even despite being the sole survivor for Bahamut. Either way, still setting up for a pretty interesting thing, a pretty interesting close rather here, Xenox. We've got 34 points to catch up in 3 games. I'm starting to feel like that's not possible, but again, don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
No, certainly not. Look, anything can still happen. 3 games remaining. Of course, the last 2 will be on Erangel as well. So don't go anywhere. Q Confirm haven't got this one locked up just yet. Short break so we can get straight back into the action. One more game on Miramar still to come as teams look to try and chase down Q Confirm, who at this point I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch them. Your pick'ems should be pretty safe, although Jordan, if anything's going to happen to knock QC off that throne, we're going to have to see Fury or Buriram have like some massive games here pretty much all the way through to the remainder of the night.
Yeah, it's 34 points the difference between Buriram and Q Confirm, and 43 the points difference between Fury and Q Confirm. As you can see on the screen right now, the leaderboard showing that Q Confirm is certainly in a commanding position. It's not an unassailable position, and that's the storyline that we've been really selling throughout the course of today. But as you say, it's going to have to be one big game, plus a couple of pretty decent games from both Buriram and Fury to overhaul a lead like that. We're talking something similar to what DIC just did, a 15-kill win. Something like that is going to start to bridge the gap a little bit, but these sort of 9-kill games or 8-kill games where you're able to sort of get a 4th or a 5th just aren't quite going to cut it because Q Confirm has that significant points advantage. So right now it's looking like Q Confirm should be our victors here in PCS APAC Series 1, but things can always change pretty quickly. And of course, beyond that, there's of course the storyline for second place, where Fury, Buriram, Golden Cat are probably all fighting for it. I would have liked to have said Cerberus there, Xenox, but unfortunately haven't seen too much from them today. They're missing out on Heisaki as well, their star fragger, their #1 player, at least in our opinions. And that's kind of been showing on day 3 and day 4. So I don't really think they're part of the discussion at the moment, nor are any of the teams below them who haven't really pushed the issue quite as much as they needed to have.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit disheartening for Cerberus considering where they were at coming into the last 10 games. They weren't really all that far behind Q Confirm with 10 games remaining. Who's to say that if they had their star player, they wouldn't have been able to continue their form? Unfortunately, we're now sort of going into the world of hypotheticals. They don't have him. He's not here, personal reasons. It's just the nature of sports in general, really. These things happen all over the world in both sports and esports. Still, 3 games remaining, 34-point gap for Buriram. Who's to say, though, that they don't just get a 20-point game here? Q Confirm get nothing, and then all of a sudden it's like a 10 or 14-point gap with 2 games to go, which may as well just not even be a gap at that point.
I mean, think about this in the context, Sunox, of Q Confirm getting 2 ridiculous hard feeds there on Miramar. And yes, they do a pretty decent job of getting some points on the board. But I would actually argue that I think Buriram and Fury are performing far better than Q Confirm are today. They haven't had as easy of a circle. They've had to fight a lot more. They've had a more difficult time of getting points on the board. And they've also gotten more points on the board than Q Confirm. So if we see a circle that doesn't quite favor Q Confirm as much as the last couple have, and they are put into some difficult situations, I do wonder whether they're going to be able to get out of them quite as easily as they were on day 1 and day 2. We're not seeing day 1, day 2 Q Confirm at the moment. We're really seeing day 3 Q Confirm, which was enough to get 30 points on the board. And they're on the trajectory of doing a little bit more than that, to be fair, tonight. But we also are seeing the day 3 Fury, which was the Fury that got 50 points. So I think there's still a discussion to be had. If we come out of this one with another good, solid result for Q Confirm and not a whole lot for Buriram and Fury, then we can probably put it to bed. But for now, I'm still keeping my hopes alive.
Yeah, when you look at day 1 Q Confirm, the first 2 games of PCS1 APAC, they picked up 41 points in those first 2 matches. Now, that's basically something you're going to have to see Buriram and Fury try to replicate here as we get down now to the last 3 games. If they are able to get 40 points in 2 games, that actually may put the likes of Buriram or even potentially Fury in first with like a game to go, depending on, of course, hypotheticals. But the difference here, though, is if Q Confirm just continue to just sort of trudge along, get 5-10 points a game, each match, here on out to the end of the day, they're safe. Like they will be safe if they get 5 points a game from here on out. That's like 15 points, 180 in total, which would then require like 50 points per RAM over the last 3 games, which is quite a bit higher than what they have been currently averaging. Buriram have been exceptionally good, but mostly based off their averages, Jordan, rather than, say, a big spark in points in like 2-3 games.
What I want to say, though, Xenox, is that it may be even more difficult when we head on to Erangel to catch Q Confirm, because they are traditionally, at this point in time performing better on Erangel than they are on Miramar. It's about a 60-40 split for them as far as placement points and kill points are concerned. So it's not like the going gets any easier. It's actually even more of an uphill battle when you consider the fact that both Buriram and Fury have also picked up the majority of their points on Miramar. It's almost a 60-40 split for both of them as well on Miramar as opposed to Erangel. So not only does it theoretically get easier going forward for Q Confirm, it actually gets more difficult going forward for Fury and Buriram. So that might reinforce the fact that we feel Q Confirm should have a solid win here, already wrapped up in PCS APAC Series 1.
So a bit more of a South Circle this game for match 3. Our final match of Miramar, in fact, kind of similar to match 1. That west portion of Los Leones is certainly going to be where we see a lot of congestion. South of Picado, close by to Chumacera. Whereas in match 1, we went a bit more of the north direction. I think this match 3 now, I'd like to see something like south playing around those hill areas. Certainly would then not favor a team like Q Confirm. Probably wouldn't even favor Buriram for that instance. Would favor potentially Fury Australia, though, Jordan. Chibarit is going to spot Art God from Bahamut Gaming. And that will actually get it. Wow, that just skipped and rolled and bounced. Still actually didn't get any damage, though. Fortunately, Samoy watching from a distance. The Victim Rise will get that knocked down. Juxie's been knocked down elsewhere against Maogi Esports. Jet able to get a first aid kit off in the exchange, gets back up to full health, basically. Fury lose a player early on. This is disaster for them, not only for the chances of trying to keep up with Q Confirm, but second place is still, of course, well and truly within reach.
Yeah, definitely the first sort of difficult start that we've seen for Fury. Traditionally, they've been able to rotate in pretty early on in the piece and start to frag out in the mid stages of the game, but now they'll have to do that without Juxie. Now, admittedly, I do feel the other three have been the most impressive of the pack. So if you had to lose someone right now, I think Juxie's probably the one that you would let go. Insight's been phenomenal today, and Waikiki Mukau has had his moments. So it could be worse for Fury is what I'm trying to get at, but definitely not the start that they were looking for. Buriram licking their lips seeing that. Obviously, Golden Cat as well, and not too far behind. And this is the first circle that's going to be more favorable for Golden Cat. Ronan, however, very close to Jet, but he gives away his position. And Ronan, sharp indeed, is going to put a bed to that. And there goes Jet. He's out of the picture pretty early. At least for Fury, they've been able to trade a point back for the loss of Juxie.
1-for-1 in the end. Took a little bit of time, but they get the job done. As you mentioned, at least demonstrating for Juxie, but really for Fury right now, a lot of the hopes for them is that the teams above them, Q Confirm and Buriram, have poor performances now in this match, because with only 3 players, there's only so much you could really expect from them. Definitely wouldn't count them out, and the longer the game does go on, if they can get to the 20-minute mark onwards, then 3 players doesn't become that much of a detriment. But it's these early exchanges, not so much here at the 6.5-minute mark, but say in about 10 minutes time, around the 15, 16-minute mark, when we do start to see fights happen, when, depending on how the circle shifts, if Fury find themselves in those sort of fights, that's where they will be definitely at a disadvantage from here on out. You confirm on the rotation now, heading down south. 2 minutes and 10 seconds still till phase 2. And they've certainly had a lot of the circle lock here of Miramar.
Buriram on a bit more of a late rotate than the majority of the pack. They were a team that was a little further away from the circle, so they'll let everyone else rotate in and then come behind, following in their steps, so that they don't need to go past anyone or through anyone. God Meow definitely scouting out for Nordra there, just to ensure that there's no one in front of him that could potentially gatekeep him. Good fundamentals being displayed here by Buriram, and they know that they still have a chance of picking up the victory here in PCS APAC Series 1. So they don't want to be letting anything slip here in Game 3 of the night. Golden Cat, maybe not quite a similar story for them now. 50 points in 3 games seems like an uncatchable lead that Q Confirm has over them. But to get into third, it's only 16 points behind Buriram. Golden Cat have been having a bit more of a difficult day today, but we could have said the same thing about day 3, and they came good in the final match of Thursday night. You can't really count them out until it's over.
$50 seconds till phase 2. Does feel like, though, Q Confirm they win this one big, or even just have a big game here, that will do it. Ram, vital that they just stay within touching distance going over to Erangel. But you mentioned it earlier, that's where Q Confirm have actually gotten the majority of their points. They have performed better on Erangel rather than Miramar. So in essence, Q Confirm have kind of done their job tonight with the 3 matches of Miramar first up. They have gotten through relatively unscathed in terms of point leading. Golden Cat have definitely dropped away, so now it's only Ram and Fury close enough to them with this game and 2 more to follow. Ram on the move. And phase 2 will show itself. North goes on to Q Confirm. Now, that's not too bad. Sarah's going to throw a spanner in the works here. Golden Cat will get really the best of this situation. Bahamut will be also in a pretty good position as they, I guess, almost say goodbye to Miramar in this match and what has been their best friend. Erangel, their worst friend.
Yeah, that certainly is true, and I'm imagining it'll ring true as we head into Game 4 and 5 of tonight. And Foss cops a headshot there from Gems. Not a fun rotation in for Victim Rise. He's got 10 HP. Definitely wanting to heal up right now, peeking around, having a look and seeing what's going on, but should be okay. No one's looking in his direction. Q Confirm have bigger fish to fry, and that is in the name of rotating into the center of the circle, though they have spotted Astra out in front of them. They might just change their positioning as a result. It's a 2-2 split here from Astra, which is going to keep Q Confirm at bay. Yeah, I see past them as well. Not any obvious positions, actually, for Q Confirm to breach or go to and crash. Ronan might be in trouble here. Genfoss very close. Ronan spotted him out.
Got to be super careful. Already lost 1. Cannot afford to lose any more. I think for Fury right now, pass mark is if they can get about 5 or so points this game. Well, Gakon's about to blow up. Oh! If he does a little roll into the grave, as Jetsy will find kill number 1 for Eagle Sentinel Shooter here for match 3, day 4. Kamal Samoy all grouping up. Victim Rise just make their way over to Fury. Insight, Waikikamuka need to help out and try and get Ronan out of this sticky situation. Jumps up into this little courtyard in between the 2 buildings. Insight, though, taking a beating as he makes his way in. Has to just retreat. Now he does a 360. He's just turning around in circles. What are you doing, Insight?
He really needs Ronan to do something here. Ronan needs to get aggressive. Insight just has nowhere to go. He's got to keep driving. If he stops, he dies, blows up. I'm not sure what's going on there. He's kept driving around in a circle, but either way, Ronan can't do too much about it. That's pretty rough. Maybe Ronan can trade down here, but you have to ask again for another incredible performance from this individual to get Fury out of this sticky mess.
Apparently his game crashed, Jordan, so that's just horrible. It was either that or the biggest 2000 IQ brain to just try and bait them out so that Ronan can find kills, but in the end, that wasn't to be. And for Fury Australia, they've had an amazing tournament here for PCS1 APAC. This one not to be remembered, though. Unless Ronan finds a 1 versus 3. He's done it before in the past.
He does have
clutched games before. And as you said, does still have Waikikamuka. Opens up the door, Samoy throws out a nade. He actually does get Samoy down at half health as well. Chibarit's on the other side of the road, so technically is a 1v3 right now. Not impossible. And Ronan is certainly making Victim Rise sweat for this one. And if Waikikamuka can just watch that angle. So Ronan shifts over to the side building, expecting Victim Rise to sort of try and follow him outside. That's when Waikikamuka can strike.
Still not a good situation either way for Fury. Even if they get all of these 4 VTR players, they still have to link back on up. Waikikamuka would have spotted Chibarit coming across the road there, would have communicated that to Fury. One silver lining is that they don't have to deal with the circle shift just yet. It's gone on top of them. So for Fury, lying in wait is the name of the game at the moment as the rest of the teams rotate in. Q Confirm, potentially coming in behind VTR here.
Oh, well, that's one way to make an entrance. Ronan picks up a free kill. It gets flashed by Chibarit. Can Waikikamuka cover this angle? I don't think he can, and he certainly, even if he could have, he was taking shots. You could see it in the minimap. Landed a few tags onto Chibarit, but does lose Ronan in the end. Victim Rise do lose a member for that. Back over to Q Confirm, though, who have made their way into this circle in a pretty good position. Not too much of a surprise. Phase 3 now. Buriram have also just made their way in. Astra DIC very close by.
Buriram down to 3 players at the moment. Have lost God Meow. And Q Confirm have once again found themselves in a good position circle-wise. So this may well be the game that we see Q Confirm actually confirm that they're going to win PCS APAC. Up to this point, it has been a pretty likely story, but hasn't been confirmed. I think this will be the one, though, if they get a good placement here, and it seems like they might with the position that they're in. Golden Cat now might be thinking about catching up to Fury. They've seen a lot of the Fury players dropping early on in the piece. They've had the circle feed this time. Had a couple of roughies in game 1 and 2 of tonight, but this is where things can turn around for Golden Cat. And indeed, Konaxi has been knocked down. It's not going to be an easy res. In fact, I don't think we're going to see a res here from Buriram because the other two are split away from him. Although Nordra seems to be on the rotate from what I can see on the map. Waikika is as well. Oh, I don't see this ending particularly happily. And I think that's probably a good analogy for the way that that game went for Fury. It's just gone up in flames, unfortunately. It's not the Fury, end of the road.
But also Buriram. I mean, this is going horrible. Nordra, Edie, last 2 alive. Q Confirm may just confirm first place off the back of the fact that they're 2 competitors. They've kind of ballsed it up a bit here in match 3 before Erangel. Q Confirm are kind of just going to walk it home here. They haven't had a massive night. You said it before. They haven't really brought day 1 sort of levels of Q Confirm. They've been very patient. They've been methodical.
Restrained.
They've been clean and structured, but they haven't been overwhelmingly aggressive. They haven't picked up, you know, silly amounts of points. And in 7 seconds' time, they'll probably get the circle as well.
Well, we'll see. The way that the circles have been shifting today, I would not be surprised. And yeah, it pretty much does go on top of them. Still keeping Golden Cat and DIC in the mix there as well. So a couple of the teams that we've seen, well, Golden Cat at least having a chance at the top 4. DIC already having a good game tonight, so maybe a chance to do that again. Cerberus will have to rotate in, but at least this time they've got 4 players alive, which has been actually quite problematic for them. Up to this point tonight, they've been losing players pretty handily in the mid-game.
I'm going to bring up a question for you here, Jordan, though. Going into the last 2 games on Erangel, do we see any hot drops on QC? Because at this point, that may be the play required from the likes of Buriram, even potentially Fury. As I'll get your answer later, because Gearbox have just sent it right into the long haul. There's Edie holding up at the window. Flash from JN. Biodora's knocked down by Nordra, who's had a very quiet night tonight. Edie's flashed, and he's being pushed from both sides. He gets upstairs, though, at least 8 health, expecting the push. Oh, he was looking all the way up. Last little off angle from Edie. Nade thrown from Nordra. Buriram have at least made something of this push from Gearbox, who are down to just Y8 and Chin. But now it's a 2 versus 1. Nordra, if he can find these last 2 kills, finds a couple of points, stays alive. Never mind. Didn't even get to finish that. Bryn just cuts me off mid-sentence and says, nope. Bye-bye, Buriram. Bye-bye, Fury. And hollow PCS skins for Q Confirm voters.
I was really ramping up to say something quite nice about Nordra there. Like, hey, you know, we saw what he's done before as a sole individual, so let's not count him out. But I guess lucky we didn't get to have that egg on our face. Either way, Jexy will have to deal with VTR. Victim Rise will be breaching Eagle Sentinel Shooter, which is an interesting little engagement. We didn't see too much of this at all, really, up to this point. These teams tend not to run into each other all that often. But here they are, jostling for the same position.
Victim Rise, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, and Divine watching on. Minute 20 seconds till phase 5. Final game of Miramar for PCS 1 APAC, and giving us a bit of everything right now. But one thing it hasn't given us is hope that a team may catch up to Q Confirm. And that's credit, though, to Q Confirm, because really tonight they've played safe, smart, diligent. Never at any point have they been the ones that have looked iffy. don't think really Golden Cat, Cerberus are going to have what it takes, even with a big game from here, Jordan. I mean, unless Golden Cat gets like a 20-point game, that then sort of puts them in the running.
Yeah.
Maybe with 2 games to go. They've got 4 alive, but they're a long shot. MSC. I think with these sort of teams now, though, Golden Cat, Cerberus, MSC, Victim Rise, and potentially even Divine, Jordan. They're looking to 2nd place and 3rd place, potentially.
Grenade bait right there is what MC was. All stacked up on top of each other. You would have loved to have seen it. Bahamut Gaming right above them. Oh, NAMC's lost his tyre, and I think he might be about to lose his life here as well. The buggy's going to blow up soon. Get the smoke down, maybe just in time. It seems like everyone's forgotten about him. Maybe he's in a little bit of a dip. Where's the next circle going to go? Bets on Q confirm. And it does shift away from them. So it certainly seems like it's Golden Cat's game here, and they do need to take advantage of it. Of course, you mentioned maybe a massive game. They can catch up to Q confirm, but I think what the realistic storyline here is that Golden Cat is searching for a 2nd place.
Exactly right. And it puts the pressure onto Buriram and Fury going into the last 2 games of Erangel that they are going to have competition behind them for 2nd and 3rd. Of course, for Fury, they may feel that 1st place is going to be unreachable. And 2nd place, even after the unfortunate circumstances here in match 3, certainly with 2 games to go, well and truly in reach. But if Golden Cat join the party, it means there's going to be 3 teams trying to find the 2nd place seat. They all can't fit on that 1 seat. As MSC make the push in, that nade has just demolished Ilonix and Yoshiminburi from my boy, Bahamut Gaming. Yanku and Rosset is still alive as Rosset is going to pop the first aid kit. BG, I think we've won this fight already.
Well, I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. Maximus here with the 3rd party. Yanku down low. 2 MSC players on the ground. You're right, it's looking favorable for Bahamut. Shinrai Uji is also on the floor, so it's not a foregone conclusion just yet, particularly if MSC can get these reses off, which they have. Receded is healing back on up. Gems again on the move. Q Confirm having a bit of a rougher time here. Circles shifted away from their compound. They're down to 3. Coming in behind Astra.
A long range Molotov from Gems.
Astra have the better position.
Or Linksy. Better position inside of the circle and better position in gatekeeping the remaining forces of Q Confirm. May either want to try and go above them or just send it straight into the ditch. They will go for the ditch. There's a rock there. They're now inside the circle and a nice immediate headshot. Svit will sit extreme and Linksy the last one alive at 1 versus 3. They had the numbers, they had the force, and they've played this well. Q Confirm can feed on Astra here. They've got 2 kills. They can make it 4. If they can get Linksy, they'll get the bleed out onto extreme, and there it is. Nice, quick, and easy. And Astra's night, unfortunately, Jordan, hasn't gone the way they would have liked.
Q Confirm certainly has, though. That's a couple more points in the back pocket for them. What is this comedy? Mr. Chan is being the scout right now for Bahamut. Victim Rise have arrived above Q Confirm, though, and Chibarit will deal with 1 immediately. It's Jowman that's been knocked down. Q Confirm will desperately be looking for the res. Chibarit will heal himself, wait for Gen Foss to come across, look at the crossfire that they have. This is good. This might be the end of Q Confirm. Victim Rise try and help out the rest of the top 4. But all that will eventuate is Gen Foss going down and Chibarit is no longer interested. So Q Confirm can breathe another sigh of relief as they're given a 2nd chance.
It's not a team you want to be giving a 2nd chance either because they can really make you pay. Anquan 74R1, other side of the road, and above them is Chibarit from Victim Rise. Day Trade still just being pressured by Cerberus. Basil gets the knockdown onto Matey. Boot chills and flash. Last 2 up in a 2 versus 3 against Cerberus. Smell, nice shot, headshot, lands on the flash, gets the knockdown, but the trades go back and forth. Pujil still stands, but he's got still to deal with Ghoul, and Subang from Cerberus blew at his back, but he does deal with the immediate threat that was in front of him. Spit will confirm Cloud 3, 5 kills now for Q Confirm. There goes Day Trade as they get finished off by Cerberus Esports. DIC in a spot of bother right now, Jordan. 2 knocked down. Anquan should get 74R1, but JJ Leo is going to bleed out.
Very least, they don't have to move for the circle, so if they can get these reses off, there's still 3 players in a position to work hard. Might have spoken too soon, though, as JJ Leo will be spotted out by Tinoy, Golden Cat, the team which does actually need to get involved in these engagements sooner rather than later. Golden Cat will undoubtedly be the favorite to win this. They've got all 4 alive. They're in a compound in the center of the circle, but they're not picking the points up just yet. They're not getting into the fights. Confirm, on the other hand, is fragging out at the moment. They've got 5 already and potential for a couple more. As they have a bit of an exchange with DIC.
You see, not in the most immediate rush, but they do have to make a decision. If they want to make their way up, you've got to do it now. Jowman has somehow how have you been even able to make it there? And then somehow said, what? Svit just crosses the road. Was that all planned, maybe? Jowman to just sort of bait out DIC, Svit cross the road, pick up the double kill. This is over. They will definitely, surely win PCS1 APAC from here now. The lead is exponential. They're just running away with it. 3 alive, and DIC just get flattened.
Yeah, they might get even more out of this one as well. Cerberus is above Q confirmed, but they are not likely to be too keen on taking a fight right now. Gems is even still keeping an eye on this northern side, or the southern side rather, up the hill. He spots him from Carnage and will put a stop to that. I think that'll be the end of Gems, and indeed it is. Monty's not going to miss shots like that. Well done from him. Another circle shift that goes on top of Golden Cat, and now we start to see them getting involved in the fragging department. 3 kills so far in the game. 10 other players remaining, aside from the 4 in their roster. So a potential for 13 kills if they get every single one of them. Aim for something like 7 or 8. And a win here for Golden Cat would put them above Fury. And within striking distance, maybe even above Buriram, depending on how many kills they get. So it's actually been a nice resurgence from Golden Cat, assuming they can actually finish this game off. But who can really challenge them at this point? Q confirm is down to 2. Cerberus, maybe? Carnage has to cross the road, and that's not going to be fun because they'll still have to deal with Q confirm. I actually think this might come down to Cerberus and Golden Cat in the end.
And that just puts the pressure on Buriram and further, Fury even further. First is done though, Jordan. I think it's fair to say at this point that Q confirm have probably got this one wrapped up. A Spit will get the knockdown onto Brent. I definitely can't see Buriram or Fury getting 40-plus points in just 2 games. So far, the only team that's been able to do that has been Q Confirm in the first 2 rounds of the tournament. So it would have to be... And then that would also be hoping that Q Confirm get nothing from here on out. I just can't see it happening. But for this second-place race, it is on, like Donkey Kong.
Indeed, it is. Big fan of Donkey Kong myself. Q confirm are in a pretty rough spot right now. Cerberus have all the room in the world to play with. They have the high ground here as well. So they should have a pretty decent time of actually picking a few points up if Gearbox have to move out of position, or Carnage, for example. Cerberus have some good sight lines, but it's Golden Cat that's doing exactly what they need to do. They've finished Carnage off in 5th place, and they've also gotten themselves a decent amount of frags. 6 so far. And they have overtaken Fury. Buriram, the next target. They also want to try and get themselves as far away from Cerberus as possible.
Yep, Svit's got to go down here very shortly. Golden Cat, I think, win this game. And they will most likely then take 2nd place. We'll have to move from this compound, although Tonkay knocked down and quickly flushed. I've put the Mozzie on them pretty quickly here. Now down to just 3 players. Jowman's still alive. Job done, though, this game, certainly from Q Confirm. Golden Cat leapfrogging Fury. Very well should still potentially be leapfrogging Buriram, but now this will be harder because Cerberus have got the high ground. Which is further bad news for the likes of Fury, because if now Cerberus say go on and win this... Oh, I'm not even going to say anything at this point. As soon as I mentioned that Chin gets involved, knockdown onto Ghoul, Subban can get the revive. This might just buy some time for Golden Cat, but they're still trying to get Maximus back up. This allows Jarman to just creep forward, spray into Tanoy. It's not pretty. Oh
1
my
HP.
God. 1 HP? I think Tanoy's got about 1 HP as well. No, never mind, it's 13.
How's Subban not seen him?
The nade will finish him off.
What is going on? Well, Jarman's down.
I really thought he would get out that way.
No chance. No chance. So Golden Cat, with this circle, are actually going to have to move out of their compound, and that might even give the advantage now to Cerberus. 3-on-3-on-1. Oh, in fact, it's actually 2 for Gearbox. Cerberus don't have to come off of the high ground just yet. Golden Cat are in their sightlines, and it might well end up being Cerberus now to finish this off. Golden Cat perhaps not quite going to be able to capitalize on the hard feed that they've had. I mean, they've done enough, to be fair. But Cerberus could well catch up.
Seven kills for Cerberus as they've really brought it here in match 3. It's been a rough circumstance for them basically since the halfway mark of the tournament. Losing your star player. High ground advantage for now, but they will have to move very, very soon. Have the Murado parked, ready to go. Smokes are up for Golden Cat. Smell has moved forward. Really nice position on the rock and will be the closest player to the center of the circle. 2.5 minutes, lots of time, and a lot of smokes have now been laid out onto the battlefield. Y8 and Chin will be focusing more so on Golden Cat, who are going to get pinched from both sides. Cerberus are going to lock them up, knock down up to 6 sacks. Benoit goes prone, using the aid of the smoke to get the first aid kit off. Maximus doing his best as he can to just try and provide some cover fire. Sue Bang's knocked down. Ghoul could be next. And we've been talking about Cerberus and Golden Cat, but potentially Gearbox may be the winner after all. Everyone's down to just 2 players left on the team alive. Smell, perfect headshot onto Maximus. Ghoul with a knockdown onto Y8. And it's just back and forth, all 3 teams just firing at each other.
Ghoul's knocked now as well. Smell in the smoke. It's 1 player up for Golden Cat. Maximus is going to bleed away. Ghoul will be finished off. It's a 1v1v1 at the moment. Smell, 10 kills at the moment for Cerberus Esports, 8 for Golden Cat, and it's Tanoi. And Chin will have to be the first one to move. He's in a sandwich as well, but that's a shot. He's gotten rid of Tinoy, and now he's ready and waiting for Smell to come out of the smoke as well. Surely not Gearbox, and it won't be. It'll be Smell to finish it for Cerberus. 11-kill win, and putting themselves just 1 step closer to Fury. Cerberus with 21 points on the board, Golden Cat 13, you confirm, and Gearbox 11. And it just goes to show, Xenox, that even if you get 7 or 8 hard feeds, doesn't matter in the end if you don't get that final one. And it went the way of Cerberus. Things didn't happen as cleanly as they might have liked it to have, but they get over the line in the end. And it's a big game from a few of our top teams. Q confirm, as we've already alluded to, have probably now done enough after game number 18. 2 to go, and the gap is now 40 plus.
Yeah, and they continue to find points when the teams below them don't find points. That's a big reason for their extension of their lead. With only 2 games remaining, fair to say they should very well be the champions of APAC. But you mentioned Cerberus and getting close to Fury Australia. They will be only just 1 point behind, and the race for second place is essentially down to 4 teams, but even a team like MSC could still make a late run for it with 2 games to go. So second is essentially going to be sort of our new battle for first, now that we consider Q confirmed locked for first place, and all those hundreds of thousands of votes in the pick'ems will be safe.
Yeah, there's any number of teams that can take that second place, and as you say, we go all the way probably down to MSC. I mean, VTR, maybe. They were pretty good in Erangel yesterday, so if they have some pretty big games as well, maybe a chance for them there too. Things are pretty interesting, though. I'm actually quite happy with how things have panned out so far today. Taking a look at the total leaderboard, and you'll get an idea of what we are alluding to. It's Q confirm 43 points ahead of the next closest, which is Buriram, and that seems a little bit too much to pull back in the space of 2 games. Golden Cat did in the end overtake Fury as well. And Cerberus got really close as well. So for Fury, who at one point was in second place, could potentially drop all the way down to 5th, maybe even 6th if MSC has a big game here. I mean, you got to say the same for Golden Cat. You got to say the same for Buriram. You can't just single out Fury here. I think any one of those teams that is in the top 6 can potentially end up in second place. And for the same token, any one of them can end up in 6th, maybe even get overtaken by Victim Rise. We're really at a point now where a whole lot can still happen in 2 games.
100%, without a doubt. 43 points is the gap between Buriram and Q confirmed, though. Do they even attempt a hot drop? Like, is it in the back of their minds, or are they now just concerned with securing second place?
Well, I mean, you asked this earlier on, and I sort of have to admit, I find it a little bit ludicrous to believe that Buriram would go for a hot drop here. There's too much on the line. There's too much of a risk that if they do end up losing the initial engagement, they will absolutely drop second, third. They probably even can go all the way down to, like I've said, sixth. So I think that's too great of a risk when you consider the difference in prize money between second being $35,000 and sixth being $10,000. Do you want to risk 25 grand on a potential hot drop on the team that is fragging out at the moment, that is performing phenomenally? And let's be real, that you probably haven't like anti-stratted in a way, right? Is there a world where Buriram goes into today having anti-stratted, Q confirms so that they can hot drop them? That's the first question, obviously. If they have done that, maybe there's a chance. Maybe they know the rotations, maybe they know where they're going to pick up their vehicles, maybe they know what they're going to be doing early on in the piece, but I just don't think it's really a particularly good idea for Buriram.
No, they've had their opportunities. See, the last two games, Buriram 14th and 14th, while Q Confirm got 4th and 4th. So it kind of just says it all there, really, that they've blown the opportunity. Really coming into tonight, you know, there definitely was a thought that we could see, especially after Buriram won game one of the night, something happened. In the end, that's not to be. Such as with PUBG, happens from time to time. You do get a first place team that runs away with things. 2 games to go, though. The battle for second place certainly will be hot.
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
Miramar's done and dusted. It is going to be 2 matches of Erangel now to finish us off here for PCS 1 APAC. It'll be our last 2 matches of this season as well. Jordan, we come to a close. Q confirm. Pretty much have come to a close for first place, but second place certainly still up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. I got some conspiracy theories for you as well, Xenox. There's been some crazy stuff going on here in PCS APAC. Now it is the 4th of July, of course, and it is the 4th day of PCS APAC. And can you believe it? Q Confirm have achieved 3 4th places in a row, maybe even a 3rd coming up here onto Erangel. If they can get 4 in a row, I'm just going to absolutely lose my mind. It's going to be a massive mental boom. Either way, Q Confirm, as you say, have done a very good job of going about today. They haven't had an amazing day. They haven't had a massive day, but 28 points so far. They're already on target to beat what they got yesterday, actually out of 4 games instead of out of 5 games. So they're doing pretty well for themselves. My one question, though, for Q Confirm, if we've more or less locked them in for first place, is whether or not they can breach that 200-point mark. Because I think that's kind of just a nice little how you go into the rest of the teams in a way, because they can say, hey, we managed to average 10 points a game. If we can do that right now, we're head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, I don't think they worry too much about it, though. It's probably just time to celebrate. They'll definitely treat this game as if it's still everything on the line. You don't want to get too confident too early. That's understandable. And I'd say that's the best way to sort of frame their mindset coming into Erangel. But if we have a similar point gap, obviously, then going into the last game, they can do whatever they want. They can just run around doing cartwheels around the Pachinki fields as top one settler loses the buggy doing some top wheeling. But Q Confirm, we had a little stat on the top right hand of your screen at the very beginning of this game. Erangel, they've done better than every other team by at least 25, 30 points roughly here just on Erangel alone. So they definitely prefer Erangel over Miramar. And yet the lead has in fact extended compared to the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy about it is that Q Confirm are getting like 55% of their points as far as kills and placements are concerned on Erangel, even though they've had 2 less Erangel games than Miramar games. So they're already outperforming the Miramar games, even if it's a 50-50 split. But you can expect them to do pretty well on Erangel, even regardless of where the circles do go. Being a team that drops in Pachinki tends to give you good rotation paths to wherever they need to end up going. Fury, interestingly enough, have gone for the alternative drop down towards Military Island, although we have, to be fair, seen them here quite a bit, actually, in PCS APAC Season 1. So maybe it's not necessarily the alternative drop, but they might have been happy to go towards Mansion and Lipovka because that's exactly where the circle has ended up. Going to be a bit of a rotation in for them. And I think for Fury, the main storyline here is to try and take that second place. Q Confirm, as we've already talked about, head and shoulders above the rest, should be able to lock down first. But as far as second is concerned, it's really anybody's guess. Buriram's 5 points above Golden Cat, who's 4 points above Fury, who's 1 point above Cerberus. So there's quite a few teams in close proximity to one another. This is what I'm talking about as well. The graphic backing up. The Povka Mansion and those sort of areas is where we've seen Fury quite a bit, but they do like to go towards Military Island depending on which way the plane path is going. And this time they elected to go to Military Base.
Of course, for Fury, unfortunate match 3, having the game crash for Insight. Still 2 games to go here, and without a doubt, no, we kind of keep repeating it, but second place is more than achievable for Fury, which would be an amazing result for the Oceanic team, especially when you consider the difference in performances from them over in Charity Showdown now versus here on PCS 1 APAC. Bit of a shame to see Astra kind of struggle a little bit on the final day because they have themselves also been thereabouts for the most part. Although coming over to Erangel, if Astra can perform a bit better, maybe find 30 points over the last 2 games, that can launch them into the top 8, which would be a good finish for them too.
Yeah. I mean, it's especially impressive in the case of Fury, at least, compared to where they were at the halfway point. They had 49 points after the first 10 games, Xenox. And then they managed to double that on day 3 and got up to 99. Well, that's not going to be a good start for Buriram.
I'm not sure exactly what Nordra was thinking there. I mean, he definitely knew Vandal 9 was sitting behind those vehicles. Jaxi spotting God Meow back over at the petrol station. Man's on the move too as Kanaxi, Edie just making their way back for Burrowred. This is disastrous here for the second last game of P61 APAC. Goes for the seat swap on a Jaxi. Unsuccessful from Kanaxi. Burrowred could not just be throwing their lives around here. I know they can't contest for Q confirm, but that second place, surely by the end of this game, may not be theirs anymore.
Nope. Fury, Golden Cat, Cerberus, all looking at that kill feed and seeing Buriram, the team that they are chasing, suffering some quite substantial losses early on in the piece. It's Eagle Sentinel Shooter this time. They've actually decided to go down to the ferry pier drop, which they've sometimes been taking. Sometimes they've been towards Watertown. And maybe Buriram were playing around the fact that they were expecting it to be at Watertown, not at ferry pier. Either way, Eagle Sentinel Shooter putting some problems in the back pocket of Buriram. They're down to their last remaining player, God Meow, and he is trying to make a solo attempt at holding on here for Buriram. But there are so many players headed in his direction, and it's not going to be an easy task for him. Jaxi peeks around the corner. Vandal 9 gives him a chance here as well. Just needs to find these one-on-ones, but God Meow starting to run out of ammo as well. Xenoxi's only got 45 bullets left in this M4.
Credit for the quick maths there. Versus 2. I mean, Vandal just above half health if he peeks out. Nice headshot from God Meow as well. Jaxi for the other side. This vehicle proving to be very difficult for Eagle Sentinel Shooter. God Meow gets all 4 members of the last place team. And God Meow almost goes down immediately to Flash from Day Trade. Fortunately, smoke helps, but unfortunately runs straight into Veronica on the other side, and Buriram United, well, they're out. And second place may not be theirs going into the last game. They will still be thereabouts as Rogan and Insight have a bit of an issue here. Insight, not the best seat swap. He gives it a try, though. Can't really blame him. The UAC is going to tumble down the hill. He has to get out. ArtGod, nice response and sits him down with 8 HP. Mr. Chan makes the run over as quick as he can. Jukesy also coming down the rocks with the barrel, looking to get ArtGod. ArtGod will finally be knocked down after taking out 2 members of Fury Australia. My boy gets Ronan. Jukesy, the last one alive. And very similar fashion in match 3, Jordan. These teams below QC are fighting early and they're dying early.
Well, it's not Golden Cat at the moment. They're the only one that seems to be sitting pretty. Maybe if Jukesy can get Insight back up, there's a world still where Fury can get some points out of this, but I don't think Waikakamukau will be surviving. And in fact, it's even more likely that Fury are just done here because Mr. Chan is on the push. Jukesy's heard it, but these are hard shots to hit. And Mr. Chan has the health advantage right now as he pushes forward, eliminates Fury out in 14th place. And where Buriram gets nothing, so too does Fury get absolutely bugger all. Golden Cat now with the perfect chance to go leaping forward into second place.
Not just them, but also Cerberus. You know, you think of the pay jump from 5th to 4th to 3rd, for instance. MSC have also a doorway forward. Not just them, but only 6 points behind MSC's the likes of Victor Rise, Gearbox, Divine's not that far. These teams can potentially, whoever has like a really big game here, Jordan, someone has to have a big game that's besides QC. That could put pressure on these teams inside of the top 5 for a last-ditch attempt from the middle pack to the top pack with 1 game remaining. The door is open now thanks to Fury and Buriram's failure here in match 4.
Golden Cat are also pretty nicely set up in the center of the circle by Bunnings. I mean, is it even fair to call it Bunnings anymore? Because it doesn't really look like Bunnings anymore, does it? Either way, Circle Shift is going to go even further out to the east. Now, it's only phase 2, so we can continue to go further over the top. The next circle as well. Barney trying to rotate past Yoshi Buri and Yanku. And it's B2 that will get the information as to where MSC is, but maybe not in the fashion that he would have liked to have.
Well, MSC is one that I brought up, Jordan, as a team that can sort of make hay while the sun shines, with Fury and Buriram's early departure here for match 4 of day 4 of the 4th of July. Will it be 4th again for Q confirm? MSC 21 points behind Fury. Yoshimin Buri's struggled this tournament, but the rest of his team has really stepped up to provide aid for the MVP of the Thailand series. They may just make a late run of it just yet. Cerberus as well seemingly found a gear that once was there with Heisaki. Of course, he hasn't been playing for the last 8 games or so. But they found something at least moving forward. Levi's going to get shot from underneath the UAZ. Half health, Nathan Jet of Maogi Esports. Does it make the distance? Oh, it bounces perfectly. It's like a hole in one in putt-putt golf from Jet. It'll get the knockdown and should get the flush onto Levi's.
I don't know if that was putt-putt golf. I don't know what kind of putt-putt golf you've been playing, but generally mine doesn't include grenades. Either way, Divine, I'm not happy to see that. That was a fantastic grenade, though. Holy moly. Either way, Divine down to 3. Q confirm. Also on the rotate, Jiao Man on the bike. Having a bit of a look around. Man, what is going on this game, Xenox? 10 minutes in. 45 players alive. Already 3 teams gone. Maybe soon even more. It's just madness. It's chaos.
It's the complete opposite to Miramar, where it was slow going every single round for the first 15 minutes. Erangel showing the nature of the APAC region, where it's chaos incarnate. Day trade. Veronica is going to be brought back up. Ambitious spray long range onto my boy from Meiti. Even with the SLR from that point, Shinryuji is still alive. As for Bahamut Gaming, this has probably been their best performance on Erangel for all of PCS.
Yeah, they've had like 4 or 5 points on this map up to this point, but getting a little bit going at the moment. Tinoy for Golden Cat. He's doing a bit of roaming. He's gone to some open houses, and he's found one that he's quite happy to move into. Q confirmed, keeping an eye on shelter as well. There's a bunch of vehicles outside of it, which belong to Cerberus and Basil. Uh-oh! That is not the time that you want to be falling off and landing and having a crouch. But J-Man can't capitalize, can't knock him down either way. Letting Cerberus know that there's someone hanging around. There's always someone watching in the game of PUBG.
You're never safe, you're never secure.
He's broken so many tires there as well, by the way.
Everyone's always watching, everyone's always got sight lines and angles covered. We head towards phase 3. It's shaping up to be a prison finish Divine gearbox hanging around that vicinity. It's essentially the mentioned prison split. We typically see like Fury looting. In this case, unfortunately, they didn't go here. But Carnage do find themselves in a pretty decent position. So is Maogi Esports, gearbox with a 2-2 split. Divine hanging around prison as well will enjoy this circle feed. And, well, Q confirm they can party on all night long here, starting right now in match 4. If you've got them for your pick'em, it'll be another 100,000 esports points. If you also chose shoot to kill, it'll be 200,000 esports points coming your way.
Doing well. Not sure that the European pick'ems are going to be quite as easy to decide. Golden Cat are on the move, and Q confirm have a bead on them. Looks like they might just get out okay, but look at how quick Q confirm are to move into that unoccupied real estate. $129 points right now for Golden Cat, and this is really their first opportunity actually to get back into second place. Now, Boomerang's already out. It's an 8-point deficit at the moment for Golden Cat. But they are fighting Q Confirm, which is probably the one team that you want to be avoiding at the moment, because the pressure is totally off for Q Confirm at the moment. They are liable to do something a little bit silly. Just push you and say, hey, screw it. No one's going to catch us anyway. Let's have some fun. And that could be the difference between you picking up $35,000 and maybe walking away with 10,000 instead.
Trade Gaming, 89 points currently. How much further can they make their way up the leaderboard? Crows are in this crate for Maogi, which is quite literally landed on their front doorstep. It's a nice one, but it's just super clean and easy to loot. Not have to worry about eyes on you. 55 seconds until phase 4. Crazy start to this match of Erangel. Probably not too much of a surprise, considering a lot of teams, for them, Jordan, it's a sort of last-ditch effort to find some extra points where maybe they usually wouldn't find them. So Everest just coming up onto this hill around the shelter region. Not really inside of the circle, actually, but yeah, close to it. AWM in hand for gold. Shot towards Xiaomen, not going to be successful. You see those watching on, hoping that they take first spot. It's pretty much theirs. They could lose this fight. They could get nothing for the remainder of the night and now still have first place locked up. 14 seconds till phase 4.
So Bruce are going to get prepared to move. Not too interested in getting stuck in an engagement as the circle pops. In fact, they're going to start rotating early. Pretty aware that it's not going to end up where they are because they're right on the edge. And so they'll try to get a bit of a head start here. But circle's shifted right on top of Carnage and Maogi. Gearbox. Maogi and Gearbox have certainly slowed down pretty substantially in week 2. But now with a little bit of a circle feed, maybe some points on offer for them. Carnage with a 2-1 split as well. Bryn up toward the north a little bit more so than Rain and Monty. So they're occupying quite a bit of real estate. But they will end up grouping together toward the center. Q confirmed, still thinking about their movements. Have to go past Golden Cat. Here goes Svit. Svit the scout drives right into the fence.
From tonight, 6 sacks, taking shots from JS. Nice headshot landed and Q
They're going to breach. See?
They will definitely breach this one onto Golden Cat. This could be disastrous for the team in 3rd place. It would be amazing for the teams around them. Nades are going in. Utility being used. The flash onto Xiaoman just throws that nade.
Oh, they're so dead.
Wildly while he's flashed. This is not the breach that Q Confirm would have liked to have seen, but they are getting a few kills on Golden Cat. 2 down. But also
Gems has
losing
killed
a couple
himself
for themselves as well. Gems will be taking himself
and
out. Tanoi knocked down inside of the shack. Svit and Jayers now in a 2 versus 1. What is going on?
What?
Jayers has just finished off his teammate.
I'm pretty sure.
Last one alive. He throws the nade into that shack, and that should be the end of Q Confirm. Can he even see the smoke?
He's cooking it. Oh, no, never mind. No, he's not. He hasn't pulled the pin yet. Now he has. Oh, he's maybe waited a bit too long. I don't know. Maximus, the spray goes wild. Spit is knocked on down. And Jayers survives for the moment. It's Maximus against Jayers. I'm pretty sure, though, that Q Confirm have done more damage to themselves than Golden Cat have in this engagement. It's been utter chaos, and it will be Q Confirm that come out with the victory. They might even have 3 players alive after all of that, Xenox. I don't know what I have just watched, but that's going to keep Fury and Boomerang pretty happy because Golden Cat are now out of Game 4.
I think they're just padding the damage stat to be from that count because you're right. They basically almost eliminated themselves in that breach. They stay alive and they maybe keep this theme of 4th place alive. They'll have 3 players. Never mind. Spit's just going to kill Joe. Jayers and Spit on the move. They don't care who's in the way. Jayers is out to Samoya Victim Rise, and Spit will just drive off into the sunset. They've taken first place for PCS1 APAC. They're certainly having a ball with it here in match 4. There's one more game to be played after this. They go up in flames, and they end the 4th place. Conspiracy theory. They're out in 11th.
I don't want to see it anymore. I'm glad they're out. I didn't want to see any more of those shenanigans. That was unbelievable. Well, I guess now we turn our attentions to Cerberus and MSC, who will be quite happy to see all 4 teams above them now out. Things slow down a little bit more.
But I keep bringing it back to teams like MSC, even Victim Rise, Gearbox, right? You mentioned all 4 of the top 4 are out. It's the chance going into then the final game. Is there a storyline potentially brewing for a team in the middle of the standings, Jordan, to make one last hurrah towards a top 3 placing, for instance, like an MSC or a Victim Rise, and even to a degree Cerberus?
Definitely. Cerberus, MSC, Victim Rise, Gearbox are pretty close. Like, they're all close by. It's unbelievable. I just keep looking down the list and I'm thinking, yeah, that's possible. And it goes pretty much all the way down to Maogi. I mean, why not just throw in Bahama? 85 points, probably a bit too much. Here goes Cerberus, though, trying to breach top 1 Sever, and that's not gone well at all. Jet's helping him out. Oh, it's gone awfully wrong for Cerberus. Basil is dead. Mel is dead. Top 1 Sever still survives. Cool. He'll be knocked down. And that was an ill-fated push. So it really does seem that the higher you up in the standings, the quicker you go out of game 4 of day 4. We're crossing them off. Q confirmed first, Buram, Golden Cat, Fury. Now it's going to be Cerberus's turn, and after this, I'm sure MSC will be the one to depart. Just seems to be going that way. Subang, the last survivor for Cerberus. What is going on in this game? 20 minutes in, and we've only got 29 players alive.
20.5 minutes gone. A minute and a half until phase number 6. Victim Rise out to the right or left-hand side of this circle, just south of Mansion. Chibrit trying to see what he can find. Divine are going to go out. And it is very much shaping up that the teams in the middle section of the standings are having the better game here for match 4, Jordan. Besides Cerberus now down to 1 player, MSC 4 up, Victim Rise 3 up, Gearbox 4 up, for instance. And you're right, you can kind of just keep going down the list. Daytrade, Maoki, for instance, they're not really all that far in terms of the points. They're just far in terms of where they're at in the standings.
Yep. I mean, you even go all the way down to DIC, 88 points. Like, it's not that far. Probably not enough to get up to 2nd or 3rd, but they could definitely get up to maybe 6th. Gearbox at the moment as well, 99. They'll have a pretty safe rotation in because their side of the map is fairly clean. Daytrade headed in their direction, but looks can be deceiving. Daytrade are actually quite far away from Gearbox. If you take a look at PCS_map for the map screen, you will see that. Or we can bring it up on the main stream. That'll work too. Looks like Daytrade might run into Maogi. They should be aware that Maogi is hanging around in this ditch. They've heard a lot of engagements around there in recent times. Time to just take a chill pill, though, as they prone and wait for the next circle to come in, and they see it's gone north. Carnage happy, MSC happy. DIC, though, will have to move alongside all of the teams in the southern area of the map. Subang, a little bit of ground to cover, and he's out in relative no man's land. There's not a whole lot of cover there. So he might not have a fun time either. Victim Rise is another one of the teams that could potentially make something interesting happen here on Erangel. They were good on this map yesterday, and they're in the circle at the moment.
Can Carnage find a way to get their 2nd win potentially? Daytrade just hanging on for dear life with the smoke providing cover. Noctan taking a few shots as he's down half health. He will pop a first aid kit. More smokes to be thrown out from Daytrade Gaming. This time, though, in a more forward path as they now have to move. The blue is on their back towards Malgi Esports. Above and from behind, Victim Rise. Kamal gets the knockdown on the Vononica. Providing Overwatch, really, and helping out Malgi Esports. Wow. So much smoke. You can't even see into that
tunnel.
Little tunnel. Yeah, in the tunnel.
Tunnel of smokes is going to get them to the ditch. But what they do past that is not going to be quite so easy. Gakon's hiding in it. It's a big crossfire with Noctan. Spray comes through. Maogi were waiting for this. The trap has been sprung. And Daytrade, who chills, he's got no idea where to look. Veronica has traded down. Noctan, Gakon falls as well. Daytrade recover. They survive for now. And Gearbox take the opportunity, take the distraction to 3rd party. They've arrived, and it's not going to be good news for Maogi, who are now finished off. Subang's been spotted by Kamals from Victim Rise as well. They make it again for Cerberus, but Victim Rise copping the bullets from MSC. There's fights happening all over the map.
Most of it happening down to the south, though, in terms of the immediate action. Only 2 teams remain that have got 4 alive. It's MSC, who's not down here, and Gearbox, who have only just arrived. They will finish off Veronica as Puchils is knocked down by JN. Flash inside of the blue. He will die to the blue in the end as Daytrade are out in 7th. 6 teams remain. Monty gets involved for Carnage. They've won 1 game so far. Oh, that nade's just going to destroy Subang. He goes bang bang. Cerberus out in 6th, remain 5 teams. A lot of them, though, are 6th, 7th, and 8th on the standings. MSC, Gearbox, Victim Rise, as they make a last-ditch effort towards a top 5 finish for PCS1 APAC. Yoshi Minburi finds a knockdown onto JJ Leo, but look at that circle, Jordan's down to the south. It only really favors Carnage out of anyone.
Certainly is a Carnage circle if I've ever seen it, but they only have 3 players alive. Gearbox and MSC. Oh! That's a flaming vehicle, Seymour. Don't want to be driving into that, nor getting stuck underneath it, but he'll be okay for the moment. But as I was saying, MSC and Gearbox have 4 alive, VTR and Carnage 3, and DIC 2, maybe soon to be 1. Still really anybody's game. It's, I think, a lot dependent on how MSC can get into this circle and where they can set themselves up. Whether or not they lose players to Carnage on the rotation in. Carnage certainly keeping an eye on that. You can see Bryn having a look over, waiting for MSC to make their move. Carnage will have the pick of the positions.
Oh, nice shot found from Yoshi Bimburi onto Anquan. That'll be the end for DIC Gaming. And I think for them, for instance, DIC will be now too far away to really challenge the top 5. But all 3 of these teams, MSC, Gearbox, Victim Rise, whoever wins this game, if it's any of those 3 in particular,
here goes
they will
MSC.
leap into the top 5. Rossadon on the move, but taking a lot of damage. And speaking of winning the game,
how's he alive?
In the box seat. Somehow Rossadon stays alive. The smokes will come out, and along with that, he also gets the player reinforcements from Yoshi Mimburi, Yanku, Ilinix, all arrived now for MSC, Theraton. Victim Rise are all spread. Chiraburit up onto the rock. We can just literally just see them all standing in the field. Yoshi Mimburi, turnaround headshot with SLR, knocks down Chibarit from Victim Rise. So quick. MSC was so bunched together. If a nade's thrown in there, they'll all go up in smoke.
MSC on the move as well. They recognize they have an advantage. They know that they're not in a great position once those smokes fade, so they have to do something to relieve a bit of pressure. They have defeated at least 1 member of MSC, but Monty has got Rosita Jr. Gearbox under pressure as well. It's all happening at the moment, all over the map. The only team, really, that is unaffected and unscathed is Carnage. They are the third party right now, and it's good to see Bryn moving out of the compound, looking for positioning. Rain's gotten a knock onto Chin. Carnage have Overwatch on all of these teams, and they've got another circle.
Monty on top of the roof. Bryn's going to get that crate successfully for Carnage. 4 teams, 12 alive. It's 4 up still for MSC. They've got the man advantage, but they don't have the position advantage. That's going to be Carnage's favor. Victim Rise only with 2 up and probably the worst position out of everyone. So not sure they're really going to get much more from here as Kamal is decimated right in front of Samoy's eyes. Nothing he can do about it. That's Y8 who got that kill. Bit of damage being done there towards Bryn though. Has to be careful. Samoy's stuck at the rock. Gearbox still with 3 up, 5 kills, making a run for it. They're 9 points behind MSC right now for 6th place.
It's not just 6th place as well, Xenox. Only 10 points above MSC is Fury, and 11 is CES Cerberus. So there's still even more places available above 6th, and that's where you really start getting into the money. Into 4th is a significant jump, and then 3rd and 2nd as well. So MSC, obviously very cognizant of that fact, and they don't want to be dropping the ball here. Carnage is putting them under pressure. Seymour will drop to the zone. That's Victim Rise out in 4th. Carnage still have the positioning here. MSC have to move sooner rather than later. 30 seconds. The clock is ticking for them. Gearbox are headed in their direction as well.
Surely MSC don't get out of this situation alive. Monty knocked down onto Ilonix. Then Bryn will get Yanku. Carnage are doing it here. Day 4, match 4 for Carnage. Although Bryn's going to be careful peeking. Yoshi Mimburi has been lethal this game. 4 of 8 kills for MSC Terraton, but it will be a 3rd place finish as Y8 will send him packing. Carnage now in a 3 versus 3 against Gearbox. Carnage have won a game so far here already for PCS, but can they find a second one? For the second last game of PCS 1 APAC, representing Oceania. The fate of a nation rests on their back.
Well, it's the same story for Gearbox, also looking for their second victory here in PCS APAC Series 1. And they have a bit of a better circle positioning right now than Carnage, but Carnage are making the right moves. They're booking it for the center of the circle under the cover of these smokes, and they're getting themselves into a favorable spot.
That's a few tags onto JN, but has more than just the smoke. Also has this rock. Carnage have got the position. The nade is decent. JN will have to apply another first aid kit. Carnage are being the aggressors. They're playing this well. They're not scared to take it up to Gearbox. But they do have to be careful because Gearbox have been in good form. JN with a knockdown onto Bryn. They've got this tray that Rain is still hiding behind. But they're probably expecting nades to be thrown in their direction. Rain doesn't go for the revive. He goes for the knockdown and he's successful. Knockdown onto J8. Monty's got one at the Rockets. Beadora knockdown. Carnage now at a 2 versus 1. Although maybe 2v2 was why 8 goes for the revive and a J-end.
Monty's going for the res as well, so it'll end up being a 3-on-2. Grenades are being thrown in. They're flashes, in fact. It's not going to harass Gearbox all that much. Beadora was very isolated, so he's not going to be rezzed. J-end's gotten himself to a tree. And the issue here for Carnage is they're all stuck behind the same hard cover. Once this smoke fades, it's one tree to play with, where Gearbox at least have a crossfire. But they're waiting for JN to get healed on up. Numbers advantage for Carnage. Imperative that they trade well.
Have to trade well, as you mentioned. Otherwise, Gearbox are now probably in the box seat to win this game. But they all run out in the same direction. Nice headshot sprays are on point from JN. 2 versus 2. They need more than just trades. Unfortunately for Carnage, running out of space, running out of time. But with Y8 knocked down, it's now 2 versus 1. They got the numbers advantage. It's a 1v1 situation. Monty on the right side gets 1 HP. 1 HP. He is going to go up to 2. Reloads. He's got a little bit more time than Monty, though. Monty knows that he's low. Does have the Molotov. He wants to throw it onto the tree. Alex not 2 runs out of ammunition. Pulls out the mini. Sprays one side. Can he get the other side? He needs the right side. First aid kit is successful, but he lands the shot when it matters. Monty for Carnage in the clutchest of clutch situations. An 8-kill win. Their second win on PCS1 APAC.
The young gun has done it against all the odds. Everything was against him there, Xenox. He runs out of ammo. The cover was there. And Monty manages to hit that shot. 1 HP. It's crazy. What a win for Carnage. Their second, as you mentioned here, in PCS APAC. It's going to keep Gearbox a little bit lower than they'd like to have been on the scoreboard. 18 points for Carnage. And now the storyline for them becomes finding a top 12 placing. That's where the next difference in the money comes from. 2,000 to 3,000 if they can take a top 12 placing. Top 8 may be just out of reach, but Carnage, 2 wins. Who would have thought that they would be able to do that? MSC getting some decent points out of that, as well as Day Trade and Gearbox, of course, as well. What an insane game, and such a clutch from Monty. Very well done indeed. Inexperienced at this level, and stepping up when it matters.
Well, maybe not even inexperienced at this level. Now very much experienced. They've had their fair share taste of PCS at this international level. They move up to 86 points in total. Rain, look at the damage numbers in this game. Bryn's up there as well. Shout out to Yoshi Minburu, probably one of his best, if not the best game we saw from him for MSC, for PCS1 APAC. Yes, it's been rough going, but he certainly played out of his skin. For Carnage, though, they're definitely not going to finish last. They've even got an opportunity to finish above their brother team from Oceania, Astra. So there's a lot riding on sort of, I guess, rivalries and, you know, streaks and whatnot going into the last game, even for the teams towards the bottom of the standings. But sort of shifting our attention just momentarily back towards the top. You know, I'm just looking at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even 7th in Gearbox are just all so ridiculously close.
Yeah, 27 points, the difference between 2nd and 7th. So I think for Gearbox, that chase for 2nd place is probably a little bit too far-fetched. If you go down to MSC, 21, maybe doable. But I think the real storyline here is between Buriram, Golden Cat, Cerberus, and Fury. There's 12 points separating Fury and Buriram, and the rest are in between. You can see that right now on your screens. Very, very close in between 2 and 5. MSC and Gearbox probably playing off for 6th place at the moment. And Q Confirm absolutely will not be dropping out of 1st anymore. And then you look towards Astra, Carnage right now, down in 13th and 14th, and they'll be looking for that 12th place. As I mentioned, Carnage, with that win that they're able to get on the board, puts them within 4 points of an extra $1,000. It's DIC at the moment that are hanging on to that position. So the storylines for me, the 2nd place battle, the 6th place battle, and the 12th place battle.
Just going to quickly touch on, we are not going to be going to a break. We will be rolling on through to the next game. So make sure to just stick around because we're about to be heading into the final round for PCS1 APAC. Yes, definitely not going to fluff it. First place is done. It's locked up. It's yours, Q Confirm. And the 92% of voters for the APAC region will go home with 100,000 esports points. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's so close. large differences in, monetary prizes, but also just pride on the line. Fury Australia, when you see second place on the line right in front of your eyes, can they take it? Can they represent OCE and finish in the top 3? Carnage and Astra on the other end, can they also, jump up a few places? MSC Theraton, are they coming back, Jordan? Cerberus without Haisaki. So many different storylines. Unfortunately, just not enough games.
I mean, talk about the regions that we haven't mentioned here. Indonesia have Victim Rise in number 8 at the moment, within striking distance of a 6th place finish. Eagle Sentinel Shooter down there at the bottom of the scoreboard. And then you also have to think about all of the other teams that are trying to push the issue. The team from the Philippines, Bahamut Gaming, they can try and get themselves a 12th place finish as well. Again, to jump up a little bit into that cash prize level. Jiaoman leading from the front, though. No surprise, it's a Q-confirmed player at the top. And Jiaoman was a player that we were very impressed with in the Charity Showdown. Have been equally impressed with him. In fact, even maybe more impressed with him here in Series 1. Nordra continues the good form for Buriram. Venotica chiming in for Day Trade, which is quite impressive given the fact that Day Trader currently in 10th place on the standings, by the way. So he's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Ronan and Lynxie as well, representing for Oceania. And I got to say, I think Ronan has been sublime throughout this competition so far. So hats off to him. Damage totals far and away going to Q Confirm. Nordra again, he's got himself a 2nd place and he's keeping himself in that discussion. Yanku from MSC in 5th. But man, that is some insane damage numbers being put up across the board by Q Confirm.
Yeah, look, and I don't think there's really a better duo than Gems and Jiaoman going around right now, especially in the APAC region. They have just been insane for Q Confirm. Jayers as well has stepped up from, say, Charity Showdown, now coming over to PCS1 APAC. And maybe just that, having that one extra superstar level player has been the difference maker for Q Confirm, a team who started very, very strongly in the Charity Showdown, but then sort of faltered as the tournament went on. In this case, they certainly didn't falter after their hot start. They continued that streak. They've been thoroughly the best team in the region, the best team here for APAC. I would have loved to have seen them, say, go and onto like an international level against like EU, NA, see how they would perform against those teams. I think they would do very, very well. But 2nd place, 3rd, 4th, etc., all still completely open, and that excites me that it's such a close region. In this case, Q Confirm has pulled away. If we were to redo everything from the start, I don't know if it would be that same case. I don't know if they would just pull away every single time, Jordan. Like maybe 4 times out of 10 they'd pull away, but not every single time. So it really is a really close region.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the consistency that Q Confirm and Buriram have shown over the course of Charity Showdown and Continental Series 1, which lends you to believe that they are the 2 top teams in the region. Q Confirm came 2nd, obviously behind Division X Gaming in Charity Showdown, but they're 1st here. Buriram was 3rd and now 2nd here. So they're definitely continuing to put that impact onto this region. I think if you played this again, I probably would still put those 2 as my top 2 regardless. Maybe you could say Q Confirm might not run away with things. They might not have 42 points out of game 1 and 2, sure, but I still think they'd be up in the top 5 quite handily. Either way, Xenox, we head into the final game of PCS APAC Series 1. It's Q Confirm locked in for 1st place, but there's a battle for 2nd between Buriram, Golden Cat, Cerberus, and Fury. A battle for 6th between MSC, Gearbox, and VTR. And a battle for 12th between DIC, Astra, Carnage, Moogi, and Day Trade.
So basically, you're just saying it's a battle royale.
It's a battle royale, and that's what we're here to watch.
Yeah, certainly. Coming into this last game, there's a lot of storylines. There's a lot on the line for a lot of teams in a lot of situations. And it's always good to say that really, it's not a complete dead rubber. We've had tournaments in the past, Jordan, where yes, 1st place is locked up, but even like 2nd is then sort of slightly behind 1st, but way in front of 3rd and so forth, and it just makes it then a little bit boring. But in this case, as you mentioned, so many different storylines to still play out here that we have to sort of just wrap up. A lot of it comes down to also the start. What's been a trend tonight is these teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th have been fighting early. Unfortunately, though, they're not winning them.
Maybe this is going to be a different story. We'll, of course, have to wait and see where that circle starts off. One thing I do notice is that Fury have gone back up to Mansion and Lipovka, not interested in the Sosnovka Island. Astra up towards Severny, and hey, That is a better choice from Fury this time. They won't have to cross the bridge. No more getting camped by Bahamut. They are in the center of the circle. So a better start for Fury, but also a decent circle for Buriram, which is a team that they're chasing. Golden Cat, Q Confirm will have pretty decent rotations in Cerberus as well, not too far from the circle. So those top 5 teams, the ones that we really want to keep an eye on, are all set up pretty nicely as a result of that initial circle.
Bit of a strange one, really, where I kind of don't really want to see too much from Q Confirm this game, even though they're going to be our PCS1 APAC winners. Vandal9 just not watching the road as we were watching him. But the teams you mentioned, Buriram, Fury, really good phase 1 circle for them. We'll see how it plays out. Long way to go. Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they very much will not get out of last place. It's been a rough tournament for them, fortunately, and despite the fact that Bahamut is typically a Miramar team, they've done enough even on Erangel. This is from the previous match for Victim Rise.
Oh, no.
Chibrit blowing up the UAZ, which then subsequently knocked down Kamal's. That's a first.
Hilarious. I've never seen that before. Looks like Kamal's might be struggling a little bit or changing some settings. Not too sure. Very interesting indeed.
This is some riveting gameplay.
Well, I guess he's changing his settings. So that's good. At least he hasn't DC'd. One thing I'd like you to take a look at, though, Xenox, and if you were to turn your attention to PCS_map, is that Eagle Sentinel Shooter have gone toward North Georgia Pole this time. So, again, changing up their drop location. No longer toward Ferry Pier or toward Watertown. Quite a strange choice from them. Either way, Day Trade are another team that have changed some of their drop locations. As you can see on the graphic here, Milta is where they've ended up this time, and for a pretty good result, to be fair. Within the initial circle means that they won't have to rotate too far.
Certainly better than Primorsk. If they had have gone to Primorsk this game, they would have had a long, long distance to cover. Theodora and Insight close by here at Mansion. Last game of PCS1 APAC. And both Gearbox and Fury would not want to lose a player this early on. In fact, there is the landmark changes for you, Jordan. You were bringing up the fact that Eagle Sentinel Shooter are going North Georgia Pole.
Yeah, it's quite strange. They've never been to North Georgia Pole at all so far in PCS Series 1. But I'm interested to see where they go from here and how they rotate in, because it's not going to be a position they'll be too used to. Nordra has certainly heard Flash from Day Trade, but he fires a little bit too early and gives away his position. And now it's anyone's game. Element of surprise is gone.
So much so that Nordra's just going to bail out after taking those first few shots. Flash will just push up, be aggressive, look to try and fire back, knowing that Nordra's maybe moved back, and he was correct in that assumption. Day Trade Gaming don't really have too much to fight for. Jump up a couple of places, try and get into the top 8, but they're not really going to be challenging for, say, top 5, whereas, of course, Buriram right now trying to hold on for the second place. That's the main thing for them. Vertical sensitivity of 1.17, very specific from Bryn for Carnage. Fresh off of the win in match 4, can they find back-to-back? They find their third win. It's almost bizarre. They got 2 wins, yet they're in the bottom 3. But yet, when you look at the standings then, and you actually look at the numbers, not the position, Jordan, but the numbers, they're not even that far from, like, 8th.
It's insane, isn't it? How close things have been here. And it makes me quite excited to see what we'll get out of Series 2 as well. That's the beauty of PUBG, is that the storylines can transcend the tournaments as well if the majority of the teams remain intact, which, if I had to hazard a guess, I'd imagine we would get a decent chunk of these teams back again, maybe 60% or so, similar to what we saw from Charity Showdown into Series 1. At the very least, I'd imagine the top 6 should be a lock.
Tend to agree with you. Cerberus are going to be a bit careful against Bahamut Gaming, who have just improved a bit here on Erangel tonight compared to their first 3 nights. They've if we had have just had a Miramar only tournament, we'd be talking about them for second and first potentially. But well, you've got to be proficient on both maps if you're going to be challenging for the top spots. Shinryuji is taking a couple of shots at the passing by Cerberus. They will vacate the area pretty quickly. Smell gets away unharmed as well.
Couple more love taps to see Cerberus off there from Bahamut. But both teams will remain relatively unscathed. Rotations coming in from a lot more teams than just Cerberus and Bahamut, though. Victim Rise moving out of Rozhok right now. Carnage going north of Yasnaya alongside MSC and Eagle Sentinel Shooter, who are taking the longest rotate all the way around Starbar Hill. Golden Cat, once again, have set themselves up in Bunnings. Lowest prices every day, Xenox. You can't give up a deal like that.
You certainly can't, but I'll probably take being in a mansion more than, say, being at Bunnings. I think we can both agree with that. Although Bunnings do have the snags out the front. The Barbie, Noctan, top 1-7. Just to the northeast of the mansion of... Well, not the mansion, the mini-mansion of Golden Cat. Rotating up to the north, these are our winners from last game, Carnage, just up past Yasnaya Polyana. MSC at Stalbot. Well, still 50 seconds from phase 2, though. A lot of teams probably not going to be too happy because north and the teams from the south are going to be funneling through a very congregated center of the board around prison. Long way to go, though, for this final match, but really the quietest game of Erangel we've probably had all tournament, especially in comparison to the last game. By this point, we'd probably already seen about 10, 12 people die.
Yeah, 3 teams would have been dead. Fury would have been dead because they were the one that crossed the bridge pretty early on. But I kind of like this a little bit more. It's like a nice culmination of the competition we've had thus far. Let's build a little bit of suspense going into the late stages of game number 20 here in PCS APAC. Still a lot of things to keep an eye on, one of which is the circle shift, and holy dooly, we've gone right over Milta Power. That's ridiculous.
Well, I said
Fury's
north
going to be moving
or south
early.
May upset some people. This is just going to upset everyone.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not Fury and Buriram, who will get the pick of the positions. Surely someone's got to take the little compound, the one that we saw FaZe winning from, a GLL Grand Slam. Fury's headed in that direction. I think that's going to be the position to lock down.
This is a great way to end PCS1 APAC, though, as a viewer, as a spectator. For the players, probably not so much. This is great, though, for Fury Australia. They take the yellows just outside Milta Power. Really good position to be this early on. At the very least, the circle is also going to come down to the south because it has to avoid the water. So at some stage, they will get fed later on. Divine also rotating into the woods close by the lumber mill. Cerberus in and
where are they going?
Day trade. They've all just sort of parted Sisu. They're playing like, what's the thing with the cars? Bumper cars. That's it. That's what
Dodge 'em cars.
Dodge 'em cars, bumper cars, whatever you want to call it. Unfortunately for Mogi, they're playing blow-up cars right now.
So eloquent, Xenox. This is why you're the #1 PUBG caster in Oceania. Fury Australia have got themselves in a great position. Luckily for them as well, no one can get behind them, and that means their vehicles are safe for an inevitable later rotation that they may need to take. Gearbox running into Mogi once again. Seems these two teams have their fate intertwined, as DIC will find a nice position to hole up inside the dip. Goodness me, it's madness. Mikey Kamukau will see his kill stolen by Buriram, something that he won't be too keen on, given that Buriram is the team that they're trying to chase down. 12 points the difference, the gap between Buriram and Fury. I believe that has not increased or decreased since the start of the game. A couple of points on the board there as well for Astra. Still a lot of rotators coming in, though, Xenox. We've had already those early engagements from the early rotators, but when you consider Carnage are making their way in, Golden Cat, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, MSC, Q Confirm, Astra, Victim Rise, all not inside the circle yet. So there is plenty more to come from this. It's going to be dirty.
Humanberry finding another kill. He's certainly had the best day of PCS1 APAC for himself on the final day. Augie Esports just barely alive. DIC have a nice little bowl that Mini Milts up. There's Eagle Sentinel Shooter coming in from the very far north, making their way past Lipovka. Beodora just close by, not going to be able to take any shots on the high-flying Vandal 9. Along with entry fragger. I think it's actually Vandal 9 on the back of the bike. Yanku finds JN from Gearbox. So they send it into these yellows, though. They're going to go straight into Fury Australia, who've got a 2-2 split. Nice shots from Dukesy. They'll take out entry fragger. You can get the knock, but it's the flush that matters more.
Oh,
Vandal sends it onto the rocks. He jumps down. He survives for now.
Oh, he can't go anywhere.
The angle, knockdown. He'll be finished. And Fury are off to a great start. That circle. What the hell is that?
That
it's
is
not even
disgusting.
On the screen. It's not even
disgusting.
on the screen.
I don't even know what to say about that one, Xenox. This is harking back to phase number 1 of Pro Circuit in ANZ, where we got those ridiculous Miramar circles. This time, it's going to be the Erangel circles, and we slow things down a little bit as we wait for the teams to rotate their way back in. But hey, this is shaping up quite nicely indeed for Fury. Golden Cat will have an incredibly difficult rotation in. Boomerang, on the other hand, may find themselves in a spot of bother as they rotate past Cerberus, and Fury will take control of the entire northern part of this peninsula. So there is a chance we will see the Oceanic team manage to make it into second, but then a lot does play out depending on what Cerberus can do here, what Golden Cat can do, and of course what Boomerang can do. Cerberus, however...
Carnage.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing, boys? They're in the bike going for a swim, maybe. If they get blown up by Fury, they'll at least feed some points over to their Oceanic brothers. Jukesy's doing his best. Oh, Jukesy's just got them all.
You hate to see it.
Hopped out at the last second, though, stays alive. 3 kills go to Fury. B2 and Carnage stay alive, but the rest of his team is decimated. You do hate to see it in that fashion. But when you get a circle like this, you've got to try some pretty crazy things. Fury Australia may come away with a win in the final game with this sort of circle that will give them second place. The Flash, boom, finds the elimination onto Chibaret. Boom, indeed, as Gemforce sends it forward. Victim Rise and the chaos that is ensuing right now. Mini and large Milter Power. Still, though, 16 teams, 48 alive. With this sort of circle, I maybe would have expected a little bit more chaos, but still probably yet to come.
I think it's yet to come. Q Confirm have also spotted Golden Cat's fit, ready and waiting, but he'll miss the majority of the shots, and he's just absolutely sat by Tong K. Q Confirm will definitely be losing its spin. How much damage can they do back to Golden Cat is the main question. Waikikamu chiming in with another kill on the scoreboard. We will definitely have to keep an eye on that. Exodus gets through the containers as well. It is just Golden Cat all the way right now. Q Confirm can get nothing done. Not that it really matters for them, but this is an insanely important fight for Q Confirm to not give over to Golden Cat in the context of that fight for second place.
Well, this is the sort of circle you would see from PCS1 Asia. Paper Thin's usually the circle wizard. He's brought his magic tree over towards APAC with this final game. Tonke, Maximus for a drive. I don't know how far they're going to make it in the Dacia. In fact, they're just going to skid off and send it into the old yellows. Parking. That's actually some great parking. Unfortunately, Tonke is still going to be knocked down by Waikikamu through the trees. 7 kills now for Fury Australia this early on, only at the 15.5-minute mark as phase 4 does just bring some normality back into this final game. Of course, it had to finally come away from the water circle setting doing its job.
Certainly is, but I dare say we're going to see Fury overtake Golden Cat. They're down to 1 player alive, and Fury all 4 1 point behind. So, question becomes, is it going to be Booram or Fury for second place? I don't see Cerberus at the moment getting too much done. They're stuck inside Milter Power. They might have to battle their way out, and I guess there are points on offer there. But for me, the main storyline at the moment is Booram versus Fury.
Surely Fury are going to be able to capitalize on this. I mean, they already have, Jordan, 8 kills already. They've caught right up to the likes of Golden Cat now, 1 point behind them, getting closer to Buriram. They are going to be the gatekeeper, though, of the standings, of course, Buriram. Golden Cat down to 1 player. You'd suspect from here, at least there's a minimum. Fury should finish off in 3rd. There goes Golden Cat, in fact, with Maximus eliminated by Jowman. So really now for Fury, it's a matter of can they overtake Buriram United Esports?
Well, that is not an impossible task, especially considering where Buriram is set. They are in a 2-2 split, though, Xenox. So that may be favorable for Buriram. It may be a negative for them, depending on where this circle shifts and how the rotation has to come about. But looking at the positions on the map, again, PCS_map, if you're interested, it shouldn't be an awful rotation for Edie and Canaxi to get to the other two in that Wizzy. We go south, the same can be said for the two from the Wizzy getting down to Mini Milta. Jowman not having a fun time here. As soon as you walk out from that smoke, he's in a massive crossfire between Fury, DIC, Buriram. Everyone's having a look at him.
It's not going to be as easier said than done, though. I just want to point this out for Fury Australia. Even at these yellows, what they need probably more than anything is for this next circle in a minute and 10 seconds to go out to the west, like away from Milton Power, because they need the teams that have gone in there to have to sort of run out and come out of there. Finally, Jowman's going to be put to bed by Edie. So that's another point for Buriram, who now are up to actually 5 kills over at Mini Milta. They have done well themselves. So they've kind of offset the points and the kills that Fury Australia have gotten. They've also got 2 at this Wizzy Tower, but this is the overview of Milta Power.
Insanity, isn't it?
If we continue to sort of circle in on this, then the likes of Fury and potentially Buriram will have to sort of try and make their way in. Instead, they want these teams to have to come out. You can see where Insight and Rodin are positioned on the fence, so that if they do have to then make their way out, that's when Fury can really just kind of go shooting range on all of them.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Fury do have 2 players already across to Milta Power. Victim Rise, Genfos keeping an eye on what's going on to the northern side. B2 is still alive for Carnage, by the way. And he, I think, has gotten up the cliffs too. So that's something to keep an eye on. Here comes the circle shift, though. 10 seconds, and this is going to tell us a lot. This could be the difference between a 2nd place and a 3rd place for Buriram and Fury. Even Cerberus maybe still in that discussion as well, and it's gone a little bit further south, still toward the west. Waikika Mookout will have to pick Jukesy back on up, but that shouldn't be a major issue. Circle's not pushing at their back too hard just yet, but they will have to move. So will Insight and Ronan. I'm not sure what the cover is like for Fury on their way into the circle.
It's not bad, though. It's not the worst sort of circle. Considering where this may end up heading, it's going to basically be open territory towards the end, unless it shifts even further onto Mini Milta or shifts back towards Milta Power, for instance. But if it now goes in a more central position, it will be very open fields. Trees will be valuable. And really for Fury, they can kind of probably make their way along that fence for a while. They've got the bike, not sure exactly where the plan is to send it here. Probably just to join up with Insight Ronan. Insight's going to drive it away across as well, almost like
the ridge.
Trying to buy some cover. They just want to send it into the Wizzy Tower. This is ambitious indeed. Dubesy's going to fall as well, but off way too early. Ronan with a knockdown of the God Meow. Still 2 up here for Fury. Nice shots from Insight. They need to try and finish off Nordra and take this Wizzy Tower position inside of the next circle. Otherwise, they may not even get 3rd here. Nice tag from Canaxi. Insight down to 40 health. Ronan still on a bike somewhere coming in from the north side. Never mind, not a bike. It's Sedacia. Couldn't actually see where he was. I don't know why I thought it might have been a bike, but does he just send it in? Nice spray from Nordra. Insight landing a few tags, but Ronan is headshotted as well. Nordra, Buriram have defended this tower with their lives, and it is successful. The downside to this as well is they're also given points over to Buriram, extending that gap for 2nd place. I think from here, Buriram have got 2nd locked up.
I'd have to agree with you. I think that's probably enough for them. Fury have given the points over to probably the worst person or the worst team that they could have, with the exception maybe of Cerberus. I guess arguably that would put Fury down into 5th. So there is still that possibility. Not that much of a gap between Cerberus and Fury. And they may yet even not overtake Golden Cat. Still 133 points for Fury. Insight, he's out. It's 4th place for Fury at best. They will not overtake Golden Cat. Yoshimin Buri has spotted him. Buriram locked in second. Cerberus is not going to get 20 points and overtake them. Not without Buriram getting something as well. DIC are not even going to make the life too much easier for Cerberus. Anquan are 1-for-1. Canaxi's here as well. It's a 1v1 between Anquan and Canaxi at the moment, but the rest of DIC will be coming in to help him out relatively shortly.
Still a very valiant effort from Fury to finish in the top 5. Although I don't want to go too early on that because MSC has still got 4 alive as well. And you mentioned Cerberus are pretty close by. If those two teams continue in this upward path, they could actually knock Fury down to 6th. That is certainly the lowest Fury can go from here, though. With Gearbox out, Victim Rise only with 1 player remaining. Bureau Ramdos 2nd place locked up. Definitely not going to be catching Q Confirm, even if they wipe the whole server from here.
Astra have a pretty good chance of hanging on to that 12th placing. I wonder if they can even somehow sneak a top 8. That's where the next tier of cash goes up. That's a difficult task. 14 points for the 3 remaining players, but they are center circle. There's a lot of players around them, a lot of teams that are going to have to rotate past them, so it's not like the kills won't be on offer. And speak of the devil, he shall appear. In this case, it's Linksty, a kill onto Subang. Not only helping Atletico, again, Astra, I should say, but also helping out Fury because Cerberus is the one that's trying to chase Fury down. 2 birds with 1 stone for the Oceanic teams.
Teams 21 alive. The final match of PCS1 APAC. We've had it all. Ups and downs, highs and lows. Crazy circles, sends into Wizzy Towers. Teams just trying to stay alive. It's Carnage P2. And of course, survived the massacre of the boat earlier.
He's done well.
Didn't make it into the placement points though, but as I said, did well to survive that long. Nade from 74L1 just bounces off the fence. Doesn't make it to Canaxi. As we look at the amount of teams that are remaining, 8 teams left, but no team has got all 4 members up. For the most part, everyone's at around 3. A couple of solos, DIC, Victim Rise, and 2 for Cerberus. 127 points, they need 6 more. The jump above Fury, they need 7 more. I don't know if they got the kills, but at least 8 at a minimum to get above Golden Cat into the top 3. But only 2 players left makes it difficult. Canaxi eliminated by 74-1. He'd been trying to do that for a while. Finally pries his way in there and gets that kill.
Ooh, those grenades are pretty damn good. Nordra has gotten Clown, and Poochills gets 74L1. That'll be DIC out in 8th, which will lock them in 12th. And means Astra will be, bare minimum, 11th place. So now the target becomes 8 for Astra. The circle shrinks on top of them as well. They are going to have to hold down the fort. The battering rams of MSC, Cerberus, Divine, and Kamals for VTR will be headed in their direction fairly shortly.
Junior with a nice knockdown onto Nordra. 5 kills for MSC. They still linger behind Cerberus by 5 points. Behind the top 4 by about 11 roughly. Not sure if they'd have the kills compared to Fury, who have been quite frag heavy. MSC making the move down to the south as they push through this smokes. Minute 28 seconds, so they're moving early here. The blue, yes, is moving now, but they've got time. Levi's eliminated by Kamals. We're almost at the 26-minute mark. After how chaotic the start was, it really has sort of slowed down towards the end here. Now into phase 7. Nordra got me out. Trying to just see what they can do. They spin out into the open. They can actually just blow this up, use it for cover. Inside of the circle now, at least for phase 7. But Buriram have done the job at the very least for 2nd place. They're not going to be overtaken from here. It's not a concern for them to be eliminated at this point. It's now really down more than anything to MSC, Cerberus. How much more points can they get to potentially increase the money that they can take home. Can they get top 4, top 3? Then you've got that logjam from 8 to 11. A lot of points there that can still be overtaken. A team like Astra with 3 alive. Now Cerberus making their way out. Linksy with a knockdown onto Basil, pushing back through the smoke. Is Smell. Last one up. First aid kit. He's just moving with the blue slowly, trying to buy as much time. Niku's with a shot into the smoke. It lands onto Smell. I think Astra should be able to finish off Cerberus. That's also then going to mean Cerberus do not overtake Fury. They'll hold on to 5th for now, and it'll be down to just MSC to see whether or not they can leapfrog anyone and get into the top 5.
Well, MSC have gotten into the circle in a pretty decent position. Yes, there's not that much cover, but they're arguably doing better than most. 3 players alive. They will be one of the powerhouses as Linksy dunks an 8 on top of Smell, eliminates Cerberus, and it is then confirmed, as you say, they will not overtake Fury. And it's down to MSC to knock them into 5th, trying to get themselves out of 6th even. They could potentially still overtake Cerberus as well. Astra do not have to move, and they can play gatekeeper onto MSC. Look at the moves that Astra is making right now. The grenades primed. Zoidmate throws a flash. They're checking the close angles, but MSC might have a rude awakening ahead of them.
4 points behind Cerberus. Lined up. Like 3 snakes ready to pounce on the rabbit that's coming out of the cage, which is Astra. Smart from Niku's trying to get more of a sightline if he can. Nikki behind the smoke. Oh, Flash is just watching them sunbathing. Headshot onto Ilonix.
You could get them all.
Can't see them all though, and with the blue pushing in, I mean, he's very fortunate that he's not even dead yet. Buriram finally eliminated as Nordra dies to the blue. Zoidmate pops out, although immediately is just sat down by Yanku, who's still just sitting there sunbathing.
He won't be finished off. Day Trade are potentially going to finish off MSC though. Receipt to JR, not a fun time, nor for Yanku. Hoochils will get them both. He's sat down though by Niku's. And this is where the benefit of the high ground comes into effect. Zoidmate does not get punished for being knocked, and Astra have control of the entire zone. They can third-party everything. The only thing that can cause problems for them would potentially be a Nikki, but he's been spotted. Linksy too good, and Divine out in 3rd. Astra, the only Oceanic team that hasn't found a victory in PCS APAC Series 1, may be on the precipice of doing it at the 11th hour.
I'm not sure how much more this really pushes them up, though. May get them into the top... Well, definitely will get them into the top 10. I don't know if that then pushes them into the top 8, but regardless, still, a win is a win. And it would be a good way to at least finish off the tournament for Astra. As you said, the only Oceanic team yet to find a win. They can do it on the final game of the final day. And from here, 3 versus 2. Against Day Trade. If Day Trade can win this, they will jump above Gearbox, but I don't think that changes their pay packet. So it's really just a matter of, I guess, pride for Day Trade here to see how much further they can go up the standings. Zoid still has the UAZ. Smokes are laid down from Linksy, and Nikus is going to join him, and Zoid just moves the UAZ down as far as he can. Spray from Matey. Flash is knocked down by Linksy, though. Zoid's going to be knocked. No, stays alive. Somehow Matey doesn't connect. Now he does, but the reinforcements are there. Astra with a 10-kill win claimed the final chicken dinner of PCS1 APAC. All 3 Oceanic teams found some chicken dinner along the way. But most importantly, Jordan, Q Confirm are your winners. They are your champion for PCS1 APAC.
Boomerang will take 2nd place, a fair margin behind Q Confirm, but enough above Golden Cat, who take 3rd, Cerberus in 4th, and Fury in 5th. That is how the placements will end toward the top 5. A final game for Astra, though. 20 points on the board, and that elusive chicken dinner. Boomerang did enough, of course, to hold on to 2nd place, not only in the match leaderboard, but in the season leaderboard as well. And a good final game there from Fury. Despite missing out on the placement points, they got a lot of kill points, true to their previous form. They'll be able to continue that storyline, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them back in Series 2 as well.
Well, they'd certainly be favourites along with Fury to make it back for PCS2. Here is the final total leaderboard. Q Confirm, 183 points, and well, towards the last 2 games, certainly just let off a little bit, and they had all reason to. They were so far in front. Buriram United ended up second place by a bit of a margin to third after what was a battle for a while, cleanly beating Fury in that final battle in the final game to take second place. Golden Cat held on by the skin of their teeth by just 1 point. As in the end, Jordan, actually, we would have seen Fury take third had they at least tied since they had the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. They were close, but not close enough. The same can be said for Astra, who miss out on an 8th place by 2 points. Victim Rise, who miss out based on the kill differential between themselves and Daytrade. But I do want to talk about Cerberus and Daytrade. Great turnaround from them, given their performances in Charity Showdown. Cerberus was 12th there and 14th for Daytrade, but it's 5th for Cerberus here and 8th for Daytrade in PCS Series 1. So good performances across the board from the Vietnamese and Thai regions. Better performances from Oceania as well compared to what we saw in Charity Showdown. Fantastic work from Fury to be able to make it into 4th. They weren't even in the top 8 going into the second week, Xenox, so they've really done well for themselves. Carnage taking 14th, their first introduction to a competition of this caliber, and it can be said that that is not a bad performance at all, outplacing Bahamut from the Philippines and Eagle Sentinel Shooter from Indonesia. And of course, to round things out, Divine, DIC, and Maogi Esports, 11, 12, and 13. Not putting in terrible performances either. Divine lacking a chicken dinner, but had they been able to pick one up, they might well have found themselves in the top 8. That is how close things were here in PCS APAC Series 1.
Certainly so. And look, the region in the end showed a lot of fun along the way. Very different contrast to PCS Charity Showdown, which was more top heavy in terms of like the top 8 versus the bottom 8. When you look at the total leaderboard for the bottom 8, look how many chicken dinners. 2 to Bahamut, 2 to Carnage, 2 to DIC, 2 to Victim Rise, and a couple of singles there with Astra and Maogi. And yet, of course, they're in the bottom 8. Whereas in Charity Showdown, there was not a single team who actually won a game that was in the bottom 8. I mean, incredible difference, and it goes to show just how close this really was. I mean, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Jordan, they fell away a little bit towards the end, 65 points, but from, Bahamut onwards to probably 5th is like 40 points. That's crazy that from 5th to second last is like a 40-point gap after 20 games.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering how much Q Confirm ran away with things to begin with, all of the points that they were soaking up early on, it was quite good for the other teams to sort of claw them back a little bit. Obviously, the deficit that they had, obviously for Buriram, was about 40 points going into the final day. It ended up at 32. So Buriram was, again, continuing to close that gap. It's just obviously they've run out of time. So Q Confirm, we talked about them having such a phenomenal day 1. And look, to be honest, when you go into game 1 and game 2 and get 40 plus points out of 2 games, it's going to be hard to beat even from that. That really sets the standard for the rest of the competition, and Q Confirm were leading from the front, were the best team for the entire competition, and it was hands down.
Yeah, and look, I think the thing is, is that Q Confirm were regarded as one of the best teams in the region coming into this tournament. We had them as a very likely candidate for winning this tournament. Buriram was up there as well. The teams, essentially, the teams we thought could win all showed up, all of them, except maybe MSC Theraton, right? They shot out of the block from Thailand. They had the MVP of Thailand with Yoshi Mimburi, who really took a good 12 or so games to get going. So really, and a Fury as well, the team that many expected out of OCE to do well from that region. So that top 6, in my mind, were the top 6 I would have probably had at the very beginning of this tournament. What we do have as well, and just a bit of a word of warning for everyone watching, we're just going to be doing a few interviews with a few of the Oceanic teams. Of course, that's our contacts. That's who we can get on the stream here. Our first one up is going to be Bryn from Carnage, coming up on the stream here. Bryn, welcome, mate. Firstly, congratulations on 2 chicken dinners for your first international event. You've got to be pleased in the end with how you guys performed. I know positionally on the standings, not the best, but when you look at the points, like, it was so close.
Yeah, it was. If we had a good first day, we would probably be around top 9, top 8 if we didn't get 8 points on that first day.
Certainly a good finish, though, for you guys in Carnage. Obviously, you would have had quite a few learnings going through from week 1 to week 2. Can you maybe talk me through what it was like, your expectations coming into this region, and then how you adapted to it going into the second week?
We expected to do quite well, but after that first day, we saw that the playstyle was really quite different, and it was very edge heavy. We're a very edge team as well, so we've learned a lot how to play from the edge, and we'll definitely be putting that into our OS games. So yeah, it was pretty rough for us, but in the Asia playstyle. But yeah, I think we'll adapt and learn better for the PCS2 coming up.
Speaking of PCS2 coming up, I don't know if you've been made aware of the fact it's only going to be 2 slots for
Yeah, I've seen
OCE
that.
next time, of course, for a team such as yourself, right? And this is no disrespect, but typically Astra, Fury, for the better half
Yeah.
of almost 2 years now, typically get those top 2 spots. What does that sort of put into mind for you guys? You've shown to everyone, at the very least, we can take third, and you've also shown to everyone you can even compete with Astra and Fury. But now looking at that, is there, I don't want to say doubt, but what's your thoughts in general on the fact that there's only going to be 2 slots?
Yeah, it's definitely not a good thing that there's only 2 slots. It's going to be definitely a lot harder now. I think if we do take what we learned from this tournament and take it into OS and go with that, and play good on the day, we should have a fair shot to be able to, compete with them.
Not only that, but of course you will have taken a lot of the experience you've gained from this going back to the Oceanic region for PCS2 qualifiers. Do you feel like this sort of like almost like going into the hyperbolic time chamber and taking that experience back to the region?
Yeah, we've definitely learned a lot, and hopefully we improve from here.
Any shout outs, mate?
Just Carnage and whoever's supporting us, watching, the fans, and yeah, thanks.
Thanks for coming on. Best of luck for the journey towards PCS2.
Thank you.
Well, I mentioned it, positionally on the standings, not ideal, but points wise and when you factor in everything, Jordan, in my opinion, a pretty good tournament from Carnage.
Yeah, look, I mean, I had my reservations, obviously, after what we saw in day one, and I think that was quite obvious on the broadcast. I sort of questioned, how well Carnage was going to perform. But as far as I'm concerned, they've exceeded my expectations. Now, admittedly, the expectations were not that high, given that it is a new team that hasn't competed at this level before, and predominantly players that have not been at this level of competition, even domestically, prior to this. So I think for me, I'm pretty happy with how Carnage performed. I think they could come back and not be astray in this kind of a competition. They certainly weren't on the bottom of the scoreboard. They were at times, but they came good in the end, and I think that's what's important. Obviously, good experience coming in for the Carnage roster. And while you say there is only 2 slots available for the ANZ teams, obviously a little bit disappointing. I mean, I'd hope to see the Carnage guys continuing the grind, and who knows, maybe they could even potentially snake one of those spots away from Fury or Astra, because to be fair, they were even still within that discussion going into the final game of potentially finding themselves a top 12 placing.
Yeah, without a doubt. Not only that, but we don't know how things are going to sort of play out in the qualifiers, when there's only a certain amount of games, and just say, who knows what can happen. If you can't, you've got to back yourselves in and sort of just let the rest take care of itself. The fact that there's only 2 slots now, but it's not going to be easy, and I think you've got to be realistic of that. But this is the positive, that when there was 3 slots, you made that 3rd slot, you get this experience playing at APAC, playing at this high level, and then you go back to OCE and realistically should then be able to take this newfound experience for a team that didn't really have any international experience and use that to their advantage to sort of build a platform and at the very least should be aiming to be the 3rd best team in the region behind Fury and Astra, and then when the time potentially comes again when there's 3 slots, they'll be ready for it.
Well, that is definitely something that we've been talking about over the course of the last couple of weeks, and even going back to Charity Showdown, was how the Oceanic teams are going to adapt to the Southeast Asia playstyle and the meta and the ping and all of that. Lots of discussions need to be had, obviously, around that. And I think it's pretty evident based on what Fury's performance was in Charity Showdown versus what we saw here from them in PCS Series 1. The more that we get to see the Oceanic teams, the more they're going to be able to flex, the more they're able to spread their wings a little bit, the more they get used to this level of competition. Now, for Astra, there is the caveat, again, of course, that they had another roster change through from Charity Showdown. So I give them a little bit of a pass mark here. Obviously, we want to see something from them coming through to Series 2 if they do qualify for that. I don't think they'll be happy with a 10th place. I think they feel like they can probably get a higher placing than that, and I honestly believe that they can as well. You got to remember, this is a core of a roster that went internationally and had some of the best performances of an Oceanic team ever, really. So it's not like it's impossible, I don't think, for teams like Astra and for Fury to be within the top 5 discussion here in APAC.
Well, speaking of Fury, we're going to get Insight in for an insightful interview. Hey. I had to do that one. I had no choice. Welcome, mate. Firstly, congratulations on a top 5 finish. You guys would obviously be a bit disappointed you didn't finish second, but overall, like the entire tournament as a whole, you got to be happy with that compared to Charity Showdown.
Yeah, for sure. The first 2 days, I think by the end of it, we're in 9th or so. So in the last 2 days to end up getting 4th was really good for us. You know, I believe there is a world where we get second place in that last game. You know, we're feeling it. We're blowing up boats. We're killing all the rotators. But, you know, we messed up that last breach on the last Wizzy onto Brew. And, yeah, couldn't get more than 4th there.
All right, so talk me through that final breach. I know you probably don't want to, but it seems sort of like you were backed into a corner in a way. Was there any other options, or was the call just like, we've got to go for this Wizzy?
Yeah, so we gathered the info that it was Brew 2-2 split at mini power and in that wizard, and we knew, you know, if we want to get second place here, which we do, we have to kill Brew. So, you know, we're ready to go. And we had Rodin covering at the back and Cow and Jixie on the front bike. They drove in. I made like a bit of a mistake. I pulled off to the side to pull up and cover when I should have just breached with those guys. And unfortunately, Cow got knocked off the bike. And then because he was the driver, Jixie goes flying. He gets knocked too. And then, you know, it just wasn't the cleanest breach we've ever done. Yeah, it was definitely calculated.
Moving forward, though, mate, with PCS2 pretty much around the corner, right? There's not too much time here to lick your wounds. How much do you take from this event compared to, say, Charity Showdown? Is it about the same moving forward?
Yeah, you know, we just had after that game, you know, we had a bit of an inspirational talk. Jixie led it, and Jixie and Cow, and we just spoke about like how we know that we can play like so well. Like I believe we can easily be the #1 team in APAC. So taking like from this tournament, I think we just need to be super confident and just play how we did in the last 2 days. You know, just fighting everyone and just knowing that we're gonna win every fight.
Fury's, of course, got a pretty large fan base. Any shout outs that you want to give?
Yeah, of course, all the Fury fans in the chat. Now, every time like the game's over, we always look at the Twitch chat and we see you guys cheering us on. Of course, to our org Fury, easily the best org we've ever had. Shout out to my partner Shay. Shout out to my parents who are watching back at home. You know, shout out to the naughty bots. I could keep going. Thanks to all the fans watching, and I hope next PCS we can get that #1 spot.
Yeah, best of luck for PCS2, mate.
Thanks so much. Have a good one, guys.
Awesome. Well, that's 2 down. I'm hoping there's going to be one more to come. It's supposed to be good old Zoid, mate. If he bails on me, I'm going to be very, very disappointed. But for Fury, you know, the way that Insight sort of worded that was that, yeah, look, they can be the best in APAC. And I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. I think you just got to tinker on a few things. The more games you play with this sort of lobby, this sort of level, the more that they are a sort of team that can adjust to get to that level.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's probably 5 teams that I saw here in PCS Series 1 that I think could have taken first place. Obviously, Q Confirm far and away the best, and the consistency they show from Charity Showdown does put them, at least like in my personal power rankings, if I had to make them, Q Confirm's definitely in the top. Booram's definitely in second place. Golden Cat, Fury, and Cerberus is a bit more of an interesting discussion, and I think that's where things can sort of elevate or dissipate depending on how those teams go into Series 2, if they end up qualifying for Series 2. But I genuinely believe that any one of those 5 teams could have ended up in first place. There was a lot of moments where Fury probably didn't take advantage of some instances that they could have. Obviously, the Wizzy Hut rush was one of them, right? And that's the same probably for the majority of teams. Even Q Confirm had a few moments that made you scratch your head a little bit. You know, they win 2 games in a row and then they go out in game 3 in 16th place with 0 points on the board. So there's always going to be mistakes that can be fixed and there's always going to be problems that can be fixed. But in reality, we have a strong level of competition towards the top. You could maybe even put MSC into that argument as well in 6th place, although I wasn't as impressed with their consistency as I was with the other teams, particularly looking towards teams like Cerberus as well. Like, imagine what the scoreline could have been for them had they had Heisaki and repeated their first 2 days. Could have been a totally different tournament. So I think PCS Series 2 has a lot of pretty cool storylines coming in. And to touch on your point, finally, to conclude, I guess that I do think that Fury could be the best team. But I also think that there could be a bunch of other teams that could take that title. So it's not going to necessarily be as easy as it is said and done.
Well, and then there's the other point, of course, that you sort of brought up way earlier on in the broadcast, but it's probably only going to be something like maybe 60% of the same teams will actually be back for PCS2. If we have a similar turnover to what we had from Charity Showdown to PCS1, which was around that mark, I think it was more like 66%, but still that sort of level of turnover is probably going to be prevalent again, especially when you consider like OCE's losing a team, and then you're going to have like Singapore and Malaysia coming in, right? So like you're already going to have forced team changes regardless.
Yeah, definitely. And a few teams didn't really show enough consistency to make you think that they're going to be the team that definitely will re-qualify for Series 2. I'm looking at Bahamut, you know, who's to say Archangel Predator won't make a comeback? Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they were probably the one that was struggling the most. So for Indonesia, I think there might be a world where another team's able to take that title away from them. And obviously in Oceania, like you mentioned, we're going to be saying goodbye to at least one of the 3.
So I'm just cracking a smile because good old Zoip, mate, is playing games. Let's crack straight into it. Get up from underneath the desk, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, howdy, Shane.
There he is. He's like a little mole rat coming out of his hill. Firstly, I just want to say thanks for coming on doing this interview. I know it's always, you know, a big ask to get you. You're like the celebrity from the region. Secondly, thoughts. I mean, because that was a bit of an up and down sort of tournament. You ended it on win at the very least.
Yeah, the win at the end kind of was a good icing, kind of. I think we actually played pretty well the whole tournament, besides some drama on the first 4 games, which you know about, which I'm not going to address. But yeah, I think we're developing quite well as a team, and given like a bit more time, I think we can be quite strong, fix our mistakes in these games. Yeah.
All right, well, that's good to hear, I guess, and we'll hope to see you guys obviously in Series 2. I want to start with, I like your chair. It's very good. But my question, of course, is, and I know you said you don't really want to address this, and you don't have to necessarily address what you're alluding to, but I do want to know what it means for a team to have to change your drop location. Obviously, you're a team that likes to go Rozok, so what does it mean for you to have to go to Severny? How comfortable are you feeling? Were you prepared for Severny, or was it having to be sort of a last-minute kind of
we
thing
weren't
that you had
prepared
to
for that.
do on the fly?
That was completely on the fly, which is why it kind of screwed up our tournament a little bit at the start. Like, we could have had a much better day, like 1 and 2. But that just realistically shouldn't happen in a tournament, what happened. So we got hot dropped on the first 3 games, which completely screwed it up. Went to Sev, got hot dropped at Sev because we'd never been there, and we got dropped by Dick, and they didn't know we go there either. So that kind of fucked us up. And then from then, so that's kind of 4 games kind of thrown away, to be honest. So adapting from
out of a
was kind
20
of
game
easy.
tournament.
Exactly. So like point wise, it was pretty close as well. So like, given those 4 games could have changed quite a lot. Like placement wise, we could have broken like
2 points was the difference
like
between 8th place.
It could have been like anything. Yeah. So, but adaptation wise, it was fine. It was just a hassle to have to deal with that.
Moving forward, Tencent, mate, PCS2 around the corner. Only 2 slots, not going to be easy, especially when you've got competition like Pachinki Police. Nick 101's on the grind. He's an insane fragger. I just wanted to put that out there as my little shout out to all the EU teams. Come back. Nick 101 potentially available, right? But no, seriously, like only 2 slots. But you as a team now started to gel together a lot more, right? Linksy, Niku's, everything's seeming going well. You go back to OCE now. I'm assuming you're feeling still pretty confident.
Yeah, we're confident O's. There's just the different metas and shit. But yeah, we should be fine. You know, don't stress.
You should be fine in those. I'm not stressing. I don't think you're stressing either. You look pretty chill, relaxed. Any shout outs you want to give?
Just my team, supporters, underground. Yeah.
What about Nick?
Oh, and my boy Nick. Yeah.
I
That's
mean, he's like your life coach right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coached me throughout at the moment, which is kind of nice. Much better game.
All right. Well, I better let you go before you make a full. Do you want to go back under the desk? Go on.
Go on, do it.
Go on.
Yeah.
That'll do. Cut away. Cut away. Cut away. Perfect ending.
my God.
For PCS1 APAC. Geez. Q confirmed. They're the winners, though, at the end of the day. Jordan, best team in the region, best team in APAC. As we sort of just wind it down. A bit of fun there with the interviews with the Aussie boys, as always, but of course, remembering who our winners are a bit, I guess.
Xenox, it's a shame you don't have a hotel that's 10 minutes away from the venue when we can go have a few quiet drinks after, because I'm sure that would have been something that would have been keen on. Maybe in the future.
Would we even be allowed to do that these days? I don't even know.
No, that's the insinuation, of course. Look, I think at the end of the day, what we'd love to see is some lands. Can't happen soon, but maybe later, the time when we get that, where we get to see the Oceanic teams competing in the same ping, in the same location as the rest of these guys, is going to be great. But what I'm really looking forward to, obviously, is Series 2, where we'll get to see Q Confirm trying to hold on to that first place again. Go back to back.
Exactly right. Well, that's going to be the end for PCS1 APAC. Make sure, though, you hit that follow button. Europe is only going to be a few hours away. They've still got two more nights. Asia has still also got another night. As for APAC, though, we'll be back in about a month or so, really. It's a quick turnaround to PCS2. More codes, more pick'ems, more fun. Until next time, see yous.